Yes, we're back after 3 weeks.
We are back, and I am ready to get my Brok on.
Yeah, you're different, Brok.
My
It
different
still
Brok.
hasn't processed in my mind. Like, when you say Brok, I think lizard. I don't think
it's fully
human
processed
man.
in my mind. No tail. That's how it's processed in my mind.
Which I have one thing to start off with the session.
You also said that the first time you meet somebody, the way you introduce yourself is going to kill us, so...
Yeah, I'm going to tweak that one a bit, because I think he would save it for important... Like an important person.
Gotcha.
Like if some Joe Schmo comes up, he's not going to be like, oh, yes, I'm blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And,
not going to whip out the good stuff
yeah.
for some peasant.
But
he has standards now.
I got one really good moment to start off the session with, and then later on, I got a good joke.
A good joke?
Oh yeah, it'll be a good funny.
Let me see how loud this is going to be.
But before we get to that, you know what we have to do?
We have to go through the perfume department, also known as the recap.
Sounds like perfume department.
That's a SpongeBob thing. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
Oh, Jonas, I have something for you. I forgot.
You do.
It's in my car. Dude, Nick was like, these are 9.5s. And I was like, I don't know what Jonas' shoe size is. He's like, I'm gonna ask him. I was like, there's no reason to. He's like, no, I'm gonna ask him. He's like, what are the odds that his shoe size is a 9.5? And I said, probably not very. And we were like 3 rows down the thrift store, and he was like, he said it's a 9.5, and he didn't even wait and just ran back and got them. It was the most ridiculous thing ever. But yes, the recap. What
I'm a 10.5, by the way. If you're wondering.
Aha.
See any Halo shoes? Because mine broke.
Oh.
I'm wearing them now, and it's odd because one boot can't get tight.
Oh, that sucks.
Dang.
Yeah, they were specific Jonas SpongeBob shoes.
They were
and they weren't even
Jonas.
like painted shoes. Like, you know how people paint shoes? I've done that before. These were like straight up SpongeBob shoes. They have Krabby Patties on the back.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're pretty dope. I'm not gonna
It
lie.
looked awesome.
But yeah.
But anyway.
Recap it because we're on the correct screen.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, man,
if I can
look at that
remember,
monologue screen.
Yeah. If I can remember what the actual... Let me go back. Because that was 3 weeks ago, and Courtney does a lot in between the sessions. Anyway, Courtney's done a lot in the 3 weeks. And listened to the session again recently was not one of them. Whoops. Anyway. So...
DM letting us down.
Let me see. So I think how it started, if I remember correctly, this was after Dredd, I think, left you because he said that he couldn't see the souls or whatever.
Yep.
And he was going to have to go figure that out.
Off on our ginormous cliffhanger.
Yep. He said, gotta go figure that out. But you take care of it while I'm gone. And you were sacred flaming all of the bodies.
Yep.
And Amer and Brok came up on that and were like, huh? Brok tried to stop you. You didn't allow that.
Nope.
And Brok couldn't handle it and was feeling sick, so he left. Amer tried to discuss it with you, but ultimately you all came to the conclusion that you can't just sacred flame everybody. Because how can you stop it at this point? You're just going to eradicate all of it and go north.
Mm-hmm.
You have to stop the spread first and then deal with the fallout. So...
And then I still sacred flamed all the
You
bodies.
still did because he just let you have that one, I guess. And he went to check on Brok, and Brok was not feeling well.
Nope.
And Amer brought you to Brok, and Brok was no longer there. You were a little bit further away. And you were not doing so hot. Turned out that drinking the blood of a saint kills vampires, oddly enough.
I have to remember that one.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have any vampires in your party anymore, so...
No, but there's some out there.
That's true. It increasingly rotted your insides, Brok.
It did.
Rapidly. Because it wasn't really even... It was probably close to a full 24 hours, but... It was quick work.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you tried to discuss it with the vampire lord.
Yes.
And he said, or did you?
Yeah, Brok talked with him.
I talked to him later in the episode.
Yeah. You talked to him, and he was like, yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. And was not very happy with Tyrall. So the only thing we could figure to do was aim or do dimension door as far as he could to get to some ruins that you knew, to try to see if you could ask for some kind of help. But partway through, Aimer could only go so far, and he was starting to get woozy and sick and running out of spells. And Brok was not holding on.
Yep.
So Amriel finally came down after you were praying and asking, and led you all straight to the ruins. And as you were laying Brok on the altar to try to pray over him, figure out what to do, Amriel told you you knew what you had to do.
And then we go to everybody's worst nightmare.
Did know exactly what to do. And, yep. Everyone's worst nightmare and Aimer's only nightmare, really.
And Aimer had to watch.
Aimer did have to watch. And silenced. And silenced.
Yep.
Held by the back of the neck like a dog. Because that's Amriel. Amriel's not very gentle, if you all haven't noticed. But that's not really his job, so...
No.
Amriel's like, wow, this sucks. Shut up.
Yeah, literally. Aimer is limp and crying, and he's like, I'm tired of hearing your mouth. It's not his job to be nice. It's his job to kill people. So, which really is the nicest thing you can do sometimes.
It is.
Yeah.
But you flayed open Brok while he was alive, took out his insides, and completely emptied him of everything.
Yeah. You were a husk.
Yeah.
Yep.
Honestly, you lived a long time, a surprisingly long time through that. Fair. And then you, Brok, had actually gotten before the Maker, and he said you can stay, or you can go in this newly remade body that I have for you. And of course, you got all emotional, which made Courtney very emotional, and said, I can't, because Aimer needs me, and I need Aimer. And so he was like, all right, buddy, then go back. And you came back as a human. A very naked human.
I did. Brok is back, and...
You sound different, you look different. Aimer thought you were dead, so when you came back, Amriel just dropped him. Because he has no gentleness. And he was crying, and Tyrall, you were like, stop crying, he's alive. He's literally fine, he's right here. But Aimer didn't believe you, but then he looked and saw that he was a human. And I believe you all had a feast after that. Mm-hmm. It was your first time learning how to eat as a human and not smacking food into your snoot.
Yep, also didn't eat as much as he usually does because getting remade and prior to that, vomiting your organs out of you. Yeah. It kind of takes your appetite away.
Yeah, the memory did not leave you. Just like Tyrall, you came back with the exact same mind. Mm-hmm. So, but then you all started heading more east, I think it was.
We went back north.
Oh, yes, because you were south. You traveled south.
Yeah,
and
we
you
went back to that
north.
farm that everybody was like, yeah, the first crazy person came from over there.
Right. And along the way, you all were training because Brok has to relearn how to fight because now he doesn't have a tail to balance him, and that's what he's used to.
I got flesh.
Yeah.
Ain't no scales.
Nope. And no counterbalance with the tail, which is what you were used to. That would really throw you off.
Yes, and it did.
Yes, Tyrall, how do you do this without a tail? And he's like,
I just do it.
I just do it. Like
now Aimer's the only weirdo in the group with a tail.
Oh. Weirdo.
But we traveled northeast, got to that farm, and saw that it was overridden with those flowers.
Including the entire lake.
And then there was a huge lake that was nearby, like right on the property. And it was covered. You could hardly see the water in the flowers. And then when you did a whole Moses thing and split the water, you saw that the roots, some of them were really big, and that the roots were really big, and that they were in the ground of the water. And you knew that this lake kind of fed into others.
Yeah, all their drinking water?
Yeah.
All their groundwater for the plants.
Yep.
Everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And you all figured that if this one looks like this, then what do some of the other major lakes in Indigo North look like? And is that what is also helping this massive spread? So.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely.
Yeah. So while you all were staying the night there, trying to figure out where to go, what to do, how to proceed from here, Amer and Brok were inside cleaning up. It was you, Tyrall, that found the book, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And it was the studying from the farmer or whatever.
Yep.
And that he had found that some of the flowers started popping up, and it had been, almost a decade or something that he'd been studying that these flowers were popping up. That was like the first sign that he had something. But they didn't start getting really bad until like a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then you went outside, and I don't know, I can't remember what you were trying to do. Were you praying or?
I was trying to hallow the ground.
That's what it was. You were hallowing the ground, and that didn't seem to sit right with somebody, and he showed up and was speaking to you, the vampire lord,
Yep.
with the flowers whipping around him. And he was cryptic, vague, confusing, all of those terms that were just
trying
very...
to get me to go in the opposite
Yeah.
direction. Tell me, do you really believe you're Viscount? Blah, blah, blah.
Do you believe some of these other governors that you've spoken to? You know, everybody could be a liar, really. And said, you're getting too close to, you know, things that I've worked a very long time on, but also your gods don't interest me, so if they're dying, that's not really my problem. But also the person who's killing your gods is just a child, really. Again, very confusing, very vague. He didn't help at all. So after that, after scrambling your brain a little, he just left. And was like, I'll be watching you after you took Brok away from me. And I think as soon as he left, did you call for Amriel? Yeah, you were like, help!
I was like, my mind hurts.
Or it
Get
was-
down here.
Actually, it was whoever you called for, because
It was-
Mithrian was the one that came.
Yeah.
Oh, and he said your god might not be able to see the souls, but I can.
Yeah.
And that's what
Yeah.
really set you off. You're like, Dread! And that's who came. And then he was like, oh, wow, I got to take that to the maker, I guess.
And then he disappeared.
And then Kesmithirin showed up and told you, don't sweat it. You just need to focus. He's not your maker. He's not your creator. He's probably just trying to mix you up, which could be the truth. So he told you to just focus on the flowers for now, because that's all you could really do, honestly. Everything else was just secondhand. And so you went inside and told everybody what happened, and Brok said, you talked to him? Why did you talk to him?
They just showed up. It was like, what's up, bro?
Yeah.
Hi?
And then you told everybody what he said, and Brok was like, that doesn't make me feel any better. I rewatched that part, and that was really funny. You were like, that doesn't fill me with any more joy at all. That doesn't make me
Nope.
feel any more secure. So-
Every time you talk to him, Tyrall, it gets worse.
That's exactly what you said. And I
that when
thought it
Tyrall
was
talks
so
to
funny.
anybody?
Yes.
It gets worse.
And I think you all had a discussion with Amer, and Amer said, basically what we have to do is do the best we can to get rid of these flowers and then deal with the fallout of whatever is after, because this is the immediate threat to Indigo North, which is something we can handle. Because all three of us cannot handle a usurper of gods right now. We just can't. The best thing to do is help Indigo North and then figure out the rest after that. Because then you were also talking about the coup on the Viscount to kill him.
Yep.
And Amer was like, that means, from what I've seen, I'm going to have to be Viscount next, and I don't know how that's going to happen. I don't want it to happen, and I'm upset about it.
Tyrall just told him, let the people we told handle it. We got to go take care of this.
Which is how you all decided to just deal with the fallout of whatever comes. You just got to figure this out, because this was your task to begin with, and it seems like something you all can actually manage.
Yep.
So you decided to travel north to the capital of Lofesk. And that is, I believe, where we are at now.
I think
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
and you sent off different holiphants,
Yeah.
of course,
to give updates. Yep.
right.
Yep, we're traveling north.
And if you would like to start, because you said you had something to start with.
Yes. So, when you all awaken, or whatnot, you would come out. You would first hear Brok as he is kind of laughing, crying.
Laughing, crying. It's on the right screen. It's just taking a minute on Twitch. Laughing, crying.
Yep. And,
Laughing, crying. Wait, I had to process that.
Laughing.
Laughing. Crapping.
And you would find him outside. He has his paints set up, and he has painted something, and he's just kind of he's smiling and crying, and he's he'll kind of turn and see.
Tyrall, do you go outside? Amer will obviously go outside. That's his brother. He's got to go outside.
How early is this?
I mean, you only transfer 4 hours, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you might already be outside,
just
Yeah.
depends on what you're
just
doing.
doing a patrol or something.
I'd probably be outside doing, my own morning religious thingamajobs.
Mm-hmm.
Amer was definitely still in his bedroll. He wasn't necessarily asleep, but the man likes to chill.
And he does.
So he was chill. So, but yes, Amer will come outside. His ears twitching, he's rubbing his eye. What's going on?
So I'm sorry. It appears the maker gave me some special gifts upon recreation. I may not have gotten fancy wings or magical powers like someone else.
Wherever you may be.
Yeah, probably just off in the distance walking back from around the lake.
And then you
And Amer's like, you don't want that, I don't think. Just glaring. It's a respectful glare, but still glaring.
it's justified.
It is.
But you can see that Brok
Yeah,
was
he'll
painting.
Come up closer to
And-
the... No!
And it is a
Brok!
wonderful capturing of the lake with all of the flowers
I
on
love
it.
it.
And it's way beyond his doodles
Yeah, from before.
that he did as a child. And
And Amer was definitely not expecting that. Like, Amer's like rubbing his eyes, like, I mean, so you're painting, it's gifts. I mean, how much better could you have gotten over? Oh my.
I know.
And he's like,
I know.
he's like literally brought to tears. It's like, Brok, this is, it's, how did you learn this overnight?
Maker be praised.
And of course, I'm sure Tyrall, that is when you come up,
Yep.
because always
Did someone
signifying.
say the maker?
Yeah, pops out of the ground like a flower.
Would you like to hear about our Lord and Savior, the Maker? Pop.
The Kool-Aid man.
I see you all are up early and outside.
Oh,
And look, like, just completely ignoring what you said. Look at what he did.
And Tyrall will look at it and be like, oh. Yes.
No, not,
what,
not,
what,
oh.
what do you mean, oh? Come on now. You're the one that brought me back.
What do you mean?
It
Oh.
is expected that when the Maker remakes somebody new, that they are blessed with some way to have their own way of demi-creation. Through art, sculpting, painting, wordcraft, or whatever, that is normally the case. So I expected him to be able to paint better, since that is what he did in his spare time. It's the gifts that he brings him back with.
And yeah, at that, Brok just starts laughing uncontrollably because
Every
of
time
the-
you say Brok, it just does not bring to mind the guy.
I know. I
But
know.
What's your tan redhead over there?
yeah, my olive-skinned redhead. Wild.
Tyrall, I am glad that this miraculous phenomena does not impress you in in the slightest. But
Amer's just standing there like, I'm not. What do you mean?
No, it's
But for us regular mortals, it's this is a big to-do.
This is a big deal. Yeah.
I understand for everybody else this is a big deal.
Not even a little bit of excitement for him.
No, I'm more excited that he's still here.
Pragmatic as ever. No wonder you and Arminius don't get along. You're both crabs.
Possibly, but you're also forgetting that it is expected for somebody to come back. and
He
have
just
gifts.
stares off.
What's even worse is whenever they come back and do not have the spark of a demi-creation.
Well, I, for one, think it's amazing. And, I mean, it's already fantastic, but you can only get better.
Yes, I mean, it's still pretty, I would say, rough around the edges. I mean, especially compared to the paintings we saw in... Yes, you know.
Yes.
Aurelius?
Aurelius, yes. In Aurelius's manner.
It was the silence. It was so loud. Sorry,
Brok.
that was really funny.
You do understand that this is the exact same quality, if not slightly better, of those.
No.
And
no.
we're just like,
I
keeps his mouth shut.
I appreciate the compliment. Thank you, but no.
Well, how about we
but
take it
this-
with us? The next time we're there, we'll compare, and you'll see that
It's very similar. You're on the right track. I can't do that, so far be it from me to be too judgmental.
and then
but-
Brok will pull out one of the old ones and hold it up to it. And yes, there's been a grand improvement.
I very much love your old works, but I did have a difficult time interpreting them.
Yes, I definitely will have to explain those to anybody that sees them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep. But that one's amazing. So, no explanation there. And like I said, you can only get better. So, it's going to be interesting to see. Anyway, what were you doing?
well, as you know, get up with the morning.
Upsetting any more gods? Or
No.
would be so?
No. I got up for my normal dawn rituals. I just decided that since everybody else was asleep, there was no immediate
place
threats in the
looking a little bit
area, I
too
would just scan the rest of the place.
You're good. You keep talking. My music was a little bit more
ominous.
ominous, suspenseful than I was expecting. Right.
I decided to scout around the lake just to see really just to see if our suspicions were true, which unfortunately they are. There is no clear patch on that lake.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
It's also started to
wonderful.
go into most of the streams and waterways that come off of it.
Right. Which we can only assume is the same thing that it's doing everywhere else.
I'd assume so.
Right.
But- Yes, I do think we should still head north and maybe find an entrance to the Underdark up that way.
Not the one we've been to already.
No, they won't let us back.
No, they will kill us. I don't think that Uriah would, but I think it would cause a war. Because they would try to kill you.
They would probably try. They would probably try.
Yet. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
And we can't bring Arminius, one, because that's not going to help us at all, because it didn't really the first time. And, yeah, he will also kill you. So,
yes, he will.
out of luck on that one.
Especially after...
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to react to that.
Ooh.
Yes, he doesn't know.
Ooh. Oh,
We're going to have to inform so many people. I'm quite.
he's going to. Oh,
I'm worried about
no.
Arminius. I'm worried about Tanya.
Oh no.
Trying to explain that at family reunions is going to be quite odd.
Not to be insensitive, but it's just you and your sister, right? Really?
Yes, but when you live in
Oh, I suppose that's
squalor,
fair. I
you
suppose
tend
that's
to
fair.
bond.
That's fair. Yeah, I think Delilah is actually going to be the only one to take it better than anyone else.
I
Well-
believe you would be correct.
And I don't think she's going to take it well.
Oh, yes.
She's just going to take it better than anyone else.
Yes.
Because Arminius is going to kill you.
Yes, he is.
I think he's going to be the one most affected.
Yes. Amer, could I speak with you inside while Brok gets his paintings wrapped up, please?
Seems sure.
This seems odd, but we're all adults here. I can stay out here.
We are now. Sure.
Right. Lead him into the living room.
I think, what was it that I was watching? There was something that I think it was Invincible. I can't remember exactly what I was watching, but there was a very short character and a very tall character, and the tall character had to look down at the short character like this, and I was like, that is how Tyrall and Amer interact
yeah.
constantly. And I think of it as a this, but it's not.
It's not.
It's a this.
No.
Yes.
And I think that's the funniest thing ever. I just need that visual sometimes to really remember what I'm doing here. Anyway.
Amer, I'm going to forewarn you before we get to the Underdark.
And he's just like, his ears are twitching.
The closer we get to the plains of the Hells, the less this is going to be as it is now.
Wait, okay, so why are you not also telling Brok this? I mean, he's an adult now. He can understand.
I'm telling you this now, so that way whenever we breach the subject with Brok, somebody that can, well, let's be honest here, speak better than I, can explain it better than I.
Oh. Right. I do feel like at this point he might be able to figure that out on his own, but I appreciate you at least warning me this time, instead of just opening pits to hell and demons crawling out, you know?
Yes. The deeper we go, the more of that is going to be taking over.
Oh. What exactly are you going to start looking like? And are we allowed to look upon your grotesque form?
Yes. But you remember the two different wings that I had during the ceremony?
Well, no. Actually, I would say yes. But really, I'm kind of just compressing the whole thing. Just compressing it right in my brain. I can only remember you tearing Brok's back open.
Okay.
He just
looks
at you like,
I will become to look less like I came from the heavens, and more that I came from the hells instead. As whenever I use the powers that I learned in the hells, my visage darkens and changes. The closer we get, the more that will happen.
Like a tiefling? A drow?
No, not a tiefling. Not a drow. But as whenever my wings are out and I am in my battle armor, I look more like the archangels. I will begin to look more like the fiends of the underworld.
And his eyes narrow, and he's like, yeah, that one. Because he's remembering Amrio holding him by the back of the neck. That guy.
Yes, because as most of the time, the recreations are made to create and be a demi-creation of the maker. I am the rare exception that is not.
Of course.
This is where I was made to rip asunder and destroy those that are in his way.
Sounds appropriate for you.
It is appropriate. So as we get closer and closer to the gates of hell, the more and more I will become to be more like them.
Cool. Right. All right. Noted. Well, if you need to know, nothing about me will change.
No, I figured that.
All right. Just thought we'd be on the same page. I don't have any cool magical abilities like that. I'm the only normal one here now. As he
No.
looks at himself.
You're the only furry one with a tail.
My skin is not furry. The only thing that's furry are my ears and my tail. Everything
Exactly.
else is just weirdly pigmented.
You're more furry than us.
Well, I suppose. To be fair, I was more furry than all of you to begin with.
That is true. He was covered in scales.
Yes.
Mhm.
And I only have luscious locks.
To be fair, your hair has always been nice.
Yes, I know.
It's your only redeeming quality.
Yes, I know.
All right. And that's the only reason Delilah loves you.
That honestly hurts.
Well, you killed my son, so.
He's back better.
That wasn't because of you.
No, but at least he didn't die. I mean, he died, but he's not dead anymore.
We're not having this conversation. We're not having this conversation.
You know what?
I will let him know. I will inform him of your weird transformation as we get closer.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Now we should probably get ready for a long walk.
Very, very, very long walk. He will gather the bedrolls and stuff and head back out to you, Brok.
Brok's standing there with his backpack on,
Looking like a human.
and
I'm sure that still strikes Amherst. Like, it's only been not even a full, 2 weeks or anything like that? It's been about 2 weeks. It's been a little over a week and a half at the very least, travel-wise, because you all had to walk north.
yeah,
Yep.
So, but still,
Still odd. Still weird.
it'll be a while.
And yet, as you all come out, he kind of rolls up onto like the ball of his feet, does a little
Oh,
and
he's so cute.
he's like, well, I hope you all cleared up whatever you needed to before we set out. Saint Tyrall, would you do us the honor of breakfast?
Oh, eating would be nice, yeah?
I would not like to eat anything around here.
Oh, no. See, I just defaulted to not eating, so yes, that's probably a lot better.
What do I have?
Feed us, you saint!
Hang on.
What time did you say we need to take a break again?
3:30.
That's a little bit later than usual, but we can do that.
This gives her time to actually make the pizza. 'Cause she's making it.
Oh, well then whenever she's done, you can just have her text you. Jessica, if you're watching, I don't know if you are. You can just text us. Text your husband, not me. You can text me, I guess, but you don't have my number. This is getting so, I'm sorry. Anyway, I don't know how to interact with people.
Easy.
Wow. I took out all of my food spells except for Hero's Feast, which is a 6th level spell.
Well, I guess either we're starving or you're making a feast.
Well, it sounds like the maker needs to remake you.
That's a good one. Yeah, it was
All right.
a good one.
Thank
It
you,
was a good
thank you.
one.
There you go. There goes my only 6th level spell. You're welcome. Eat up.
Thank you, Tyrall.
I love
Thank you,
that.
maker.
Eat up. See, Tyrall's like kind of peeved about this whole situation
That's really funny. He's like,
because Patrick's peeved about this situation because he definitely looked at his spell list and did not change it. Yeah.
that's really funny.
There you go. Eat up. You got the full English breakfast.
He said,
Ooh.
like a perturbed mother who wasn't so inclined to make breakfast that morning. He's like, dang it.
Fine.
And then it's like, the same exact amount of food that appeared
After
at the
you
church
came back,
where there
yeah.
was so many leftovers. just appears everywhere.
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah, and Amer eats a good amount because I don't know how much he ate before, but yeah, he eats pretty well. Yeah, it's gonna be weird for you to eat with blunt teeth again. I remember we talked about that last time.
Brok, it is definitely slower movements.
Yeah, very intentional still.
Getting the depth perception of it all down.
Yeah,
'Cause
your eyes aren't on the side anymore.
My eyes work differently now.
Yeah.
Everything works differently.
Yeah, the
now.
sun would be brighter because you're used to little slits that open and close to fuse the light out. That's not what our eyes do very much. Not as well, anyway.
No.
Mm-mm.
And you have blue eyes, which makes it even worse.
Yes,
Blue
it
eyes are
does.
affected more by the sun.
They're very
Yes, it
pretty.
does.
They are very pretty.
Well, I suggest you all take to-go bags because that's your one time today.
With pleasure.
He's like,
But also remember, I can just purify things too.
yeah, but if you haven't noticed, and his ear flicks, there's no animals around here. So,
No, but if we're ever in a town,
Well,
somebody's house
yeah.
with
Well, of
food.
course.
yeah,
you can do
yeah,
that
but we're
there,
not there.
But we're
Here.
Yes,
in the
I know,
middle
we're
of nowhere.
here.
And yeah, there's
So
been no bird sounds, there's no, like,
Nothing.
bug sounds. It is dead air. Like,
Ugh.
yeah, there's no fish in the water. There is nothing.
So, pack your bags full of food and get ready.
You are making it like it's our fault that you have to make spells and do food for us.
Eating is one of the highest joys of life.
I know that you are beyond mortal coils such as this, Tyrall, but still, food is nice.
Food is nice, but we also have a very long journey.
Well then,
Journey ahead as he shoves a biscuit in his mouth. No one's stopping you. Food full
as we walk
mouthful
away
of
from
food.
the table, Brok does a couple more like, oh.
Yeah, it just stays there. Doesn't it disappear after like what, an hour or something like that?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm doing that out of spite.
That's really funny. So no, I'm
Because
not
you're
keeping
gonna
that
open
one.
it up at lunch and it's all gonna be gone.
That's so rude. Dang, he's petty.
Nice.
I am petty.
That's really
Classic
funny.
Tyrall.
Yep, cutting his nose off to spite his face.
Yep. So,
That was not remade.
when we get into the woods, I will fly out above real quick just to make sure everything's clear and come back and join you all and let you know if there's anything we should be worried about.
Nope, it's just normal travel. Unfortunately, very long.
Very long normal travel.
And this starts to get a little bit more hilly as you get more north.
I'm gonna grab our...
Desserts?
Oh.
We never get up from the table. Oh, you got lighters. I'm gonna light while he's doing that as we all leave the table.
Yeah, he had one going
You're
earlier.
already there.
But, oh, you need me to do an instance?
Yeah.
Role play amongst yourselves.
Okay, DM.
We all are
That's true.
DMs.
At any point, we all could be DMing. One of us, I could not even be the DM, really. We could all just be joking. Maybe Patrick's really the DM.
Dun, dun,
Maybe that's why
dun.
Tyrall makes all the decisions. We just didn't know it. Patrick's the DM suddenly. It was transferred somehow.
Yep. What a twist!
What a twist!
But yeah, as we go along, because Brok does have winter gear, so he'll. I think he already had it out because it was getting cooler as we came up here. But you'll definitely see him kind of bundle it up more, and as we go, he keeps readjusting his pants.
It's really funny. Brok, and you notice that Amer's ears are looking a little fluffier because it's like the hair gets thicker. And his tail kind of is poofed out more. Brok,
Yes.
are you alright?
Yeah. it's just awkward. I'm sorry if I'm slowing us down.
No, I don't. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but you seems like something's going on down there, buddy. You all right?
I'm not used to it flapping about all the time. It's used to. Never mind. It's
The anatomy,
You don't need to
I'm
know.
sure the anatomy is very different, yes.
and with that thing, and then there's the jewel pouch, and it's that used to be on the inside.
Yeah. Tyrall, you want to take this one?
How do I put this? You ever heard of girding up your loins?
I don't.
Not really. No.
We need to find you undergarments that are made in such a way to hold them out of the way and in place.
But I don't
Oh,
think. I mean, yes.
Okay.
Right. The conclusion to this story is yes. Yes, we need to do that. But I don't think that's what that analogy means. It's just getting your.
Oh, actually, that is what that means.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because I thought it was just. I literally thought it was just. Courtney literally just thought it was getting it out of the way and like your act, because they wore dresses, robes back then, getting it up in a stance where it was more of like pants, so they were out of the way.
Yeah,
Thought that's
but
what
it
it was.
also hold everything up for fighting.
I didn't know it had anything to do with the stuff.
Yeah, so it would
Thought
be
it was
for
just
working
like your
in the
actual
fields,
robes and stuff.
and then if you were going to be like having to fight somebody, you would pull it up in between
Yeah,
and then pull it up tight so everything was up out of the way.
I didn't know it was for that. I thought it was for
Yeah.
the robes.
No, it was twofold.
Dual meaning. Yeah.
Huh?
That makes a lot of sense, though.
I guess.
If you're out in the fields or something, you'd gird them up to be able to work and all that, not get your clothes dirty.
I'm a woman. I don't know how
Then
in
if
the
you were gonna
way.
get
I don't
into
know
a
how
street
in the way
fight-
those things are. So
But if you got big thighs, they're pretty in the way.
I mean, I would guess so. I don't know. Mine are in different areas, so I can tell you how in the way mine are, but it's a little different, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
It's very annoying to have to wear a bra, I'll tell you.
And it's very annoying that whenever you take off running and then you go, oh, just because your legs moved weird.
Yeah, I would think
Yeah.
so.
That's,
No, you're not. You're not. I'm not.
Am I wrong?
no, there's that. They get in the way in
I
all
have-
sorts of ways.
I will say I have learned a lot about men being married. That I haven't learned yet though, so that's a new one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Nick doesn't have like, thighs. My thighs are like two of his legs put together.
He's not honestly as string beanish as he used to be.
Yeah, that's very true.
He's gained a lot of weight,
Yeah.
which was good. He was concaved. He needed to gain weight. Anyway,
Yeah.
It's concave.
And that just happened with getting older, because I mean,
I've gained weight.
yeah, you two were little babies whenever I met you.
Itty bitty little
And-
babies. I was
And they were
also
awesome.
a string bean.
You were a string bean.
I'm not so much a string bean anymore. But anyway.
Well, yes. Hopefully, we can come across something.
Well, if there's
and-
just extra fabric anywhere no one's using, I can make something.
I do not have any.
Well, I'm
Extra
saying as
fabric.
we travel along, if we find something.
Oh, well,
Hmm.
just have to be on the lookout. Or do you have anything in your pack of yours?
Other than food.
I do have the gray shirt that I acquired from that shopping spree,
Right. I suppose I could. And he just like,
or maybe that was from
Pulls
the
out of his
White
pouch.
Council.
either way, and he pulls a needle and thread out of his pouch. They're going to be turned into undergarments now, and he just takes them from you. And as you all are walking, he's just like, like,
And Brok is
nature.
mesmerized by it.
yeah. I mean, it's just like they're not gonna.
He's never seen anybody tailor.
Well, Amer's done a couple of things, but I'm sure Brok didn't know what
Not
was
make
going
a whole
on.
garment.
No.
No, just repair a garment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen Aimer repair
Yeah.
a lot of priest robes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, that's about it.
But yeah, he's like takes like a knife and like cuts pieces off, and as he's doing it, he like hands it to you, Brok, and just keeps going, like just totally normal. And as you all are walking, he'll probably finish those. I mean, every now and then he like stops and like you all keep going, and he like yeah, and just picks back up the pace to pick up next to you guys. But otherwise, you all keep traveling north.
Oh, this is going to take forever.
It is going to take forever. Yeah. To be fair, though, this is the first time you've traveled not by train in a long time.
we were joking that the jet in our John Wick
is the train.
It is the train.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it just is what I mean, think about how often we get in cars.
Yeah.
If that's just think about how often in New York they travel by train. It's just literally if you want to do something, you either walk or you go by train.
Yep.
It is what it is.
And with the distance that we typically need to go, yeah, the train or plane is the only way to do it.
Yep, and you do get sick and tired of that transportation after a while.
Yep. And we're just slugging it through.
Yep.
Just walking.
And I bet the
And
train goes
walking.
about as fast as that plane does.
Even though it's taking much longer, Brok's loving it.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it does make him sad that there's no wildlife.
Oh, yeah.
At least, probably not at first. We probably, as we get away from the lake.
It starts to come back. Maybe some birds
but
pass
yeah,
by.
he gets to be outside. He's in nature again.
And he's human. He's seeing it all for the first time in a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I don't exactly know, like, cone ratio in eyes, but I think we as humans have more than lizards. So I think you see more colors.
Yeah.
So it
that
looks
sounds
like a more vibrant, different world. But I know certain fish have, like, hundreds of thousands of different cones in their eyes because they have to tell the difference of all the colors because
Yeah.
it's important
Especially
or they'll
with
die.
How dark it gets underwater.
That too.
Mhm.
But for lizards, I think it's different. So you are literally seeing it all for the first time, like, more vibrantly. But anybody have anything else, or did we want to just skip
yeah,
ahead?
we can go ahead.
Oh, do any of my holiphants return with anything from the people that I sent them out to?
Not yet. I have that note here reminding me that you sent out holiphants. But no, not yet.
Okay.
So I'd say
Keep
we
on a checking.
yeah, we stop for the night, take rest. Does anybody want to volunteer first rest? Like watching?
Oh, Tyrall will take the first watch.
Okay.
Yes.
And then after what?
I'll take the next one.
How you want to take the next one?
So I can do a whole 4-hour watch since I
Well,
only need 4 hours of
yeah,
trance.
Okay. Works for me.
Yep.
I would say for you, Brok. Hello? Uno momento, my laptop is not responding to me.
Hey, it's just a bad technology day.
Technology is not...
Yeah.
It's a bad
It's-
technology day.
For me, I'd started noticing things last night that things were acting kind of funky.
Okay. Well, never mind on the change of music since I can't access my laptop at the moment.
Huh?
But
Here we
know
are.
that there was supposed to be a music change right
Music
about now.
change.
But as you're keeping watch yourself, Brok, it is still pretty late. I would say early-ish in the morning, like 3, 4 in the morning, but still very dark outside. And it's a little later into your watch. What would you be doing? Would you be doing anything specific?
Just keeping alert. I would be reading the STE.
Yep. As is customary for ones who travel with... I accessed my laptop finally. As is customary for ones who travel with him.
Yes, the St. Tyrall edition.
It's the only book you're reading whenever you're traveling to St. Tyrall.
Yeah, you're out here reading Lord of the Rings, and he's like, I don't see you reading the Bible. If you have time, you should
I
probably
gave it
read the
to
Bible.
you.
But you notice more, you feel more of a presence than you see anything at first. And it causes you to look up as you're reading, and way off in the distance, because this isn't very tree heavy land. It's very hills or flat plain land. You see off in the distance just two red eyes. They stand from the distance. You can't tell exactly how high off the ground, but you can tell it's not an animal because it's standing a decent ways off the ground. And that's all you see, but you feel an intimidating presence. And when I say it's a ways off, it's probably you can't see anything else, and it's probably a good 40, what would seem like 40 yards away. Like,
Brok would drop the book. He stands up, and
there might be a little bit of firelight,
and
just to keep
is
you
like
warm, but...
starting to breathe a little heavy. Chest is getting tight, and he'll just start yelling out at it. No, no, you won't have me. Not again.
Yeah, that's when Tyrall wakes
Yeah,
up.
Amer's ears twitch, and he like sits up, and he's like, "What's going on? What's wrong?"
Get out of here. Go.
Brok, what's going on?
It's him.
It's who?
It's the red eyes. They're out there.
He's talking about the vampire.
Yeah, but
Do you see them?
and he looks at you and looks at Brok, and Tyrall, when you look, you don't see anything either. Brok, there's nothing out there.
Do I still see them?
Yeah, you see
Or
them.
do they?
No, you see them, and they're unmoving.
It's right there.
Brok,
I'm not
point me
crazy.
in the direction that you see them, because we cannot see them.
I don't think you're crazy. I mean, there are plenty of weird things going on right now, so for us to assume you're crazy is crazy of us, really.
And as you come over, he'll kind of like pull down on your shoulder so you can get to head height, and he'll kind of point and adjust your head.
There.
Yes.
Yep.
You don't see it.
Whoop. There goes a level 1 guiding bolt.
Bang! He said, "Oh, you mean right?" Pew!
Right there.
That's really cool. And yeah, the guiding bolt, it like lights up around it as it goes, and Brok, you can still see the eyes as it's heading towards it, and it's like they don't flinch, they don't blink, nothing. They're unfazed. And then the guiding bolt gets closer, and you see an illumination of like red hair, but you don't see any, like, it's so fast that it hits, and everything, there's nothing there. Like, nobody got hit. There's nothing. It looks like it just kind of pung, landed a ways off.
Is it still there, Brok?
Yes. Yes. What do you want? I am not yours anymore.
You, Brok, would hear just the slightest, and it seems like it's like here-ish around you. Even though it's so far away, it seems like it's on you. You just hear a haughty, right, and just the eyes turn away and they disappear. But you don't see anything else other than that like little glimpse when the guiding bolt was near. Nothing else.
He's gone for now.
I feel like this is going to become more of a reality, since I believe we are delving more into his territory.
Well, what's his territory? I mean, really, if he's attached to these flowers, does that mean all of Indigo North is his territory?
I don't know, but I know he did not want us coming this direction at all.
And he did show up outside of the farmhouse to you.
Yes.
But you didn't feel him then, did you?
No, but I mean, he's never shown up like that before, ever. And we were in deep in the flowers then. They were abundant.
Well, I think we talked about this before, but let's say, since, we have no record of this person, let's say he's like Loki. All of this could be an illusion, really. All of these tricks or whatever, right?
Could be.
And he could just be messing with us because that's just what he likes to do in his free time.
It could be, yes.
I mean, for all we know, he could be part of Loki, his weird essence. So...
That is also fair.
We don't know where this guy has come from, other than that he's obviously some sort of vampire. But, I mean, that's where most of the vampires are located, is in Loki's area of domain. So, I mean, he could be really a nobody and just be playing games with us. Loki always talks about how high and mighty he is. Obviously, he's not, so...
But it was the red eyes that turned me. I won't go back. I can't
We won't let
live
you.
that again.
We won't let you, Brok. Right.
I don't even know if they could turn you.
Probably not. It might kill them to drink your blood like it did you for Tyrall. Honestly, you could be untouchable at this point. Although
There's
you're
no telling what he can do,
Aesop.
though.
you're
The
a
only
different
thing to do
creature.
is to make Brok bleed and see what color it is.
Well,
All right.
oh dang, he said, sure, whatever. Yeah, no, that's just normal humy blood.
Yes. Ew.
Well, I'm glad you cringed. That's nice.
Yeah, no, he's just still going to be susceptible.
And then also, and he'll tear the shirt that he's wearing and then wrap it around the hand. But then also, we don't know what he's capable of. I mean, didn't he say that he could see the souls that were lost?
Right, he did say that, but that's why I'm saying we've not gotten any
Confirmation
from
proof.
anyone that we trust that he's not just lying and playing games like Loki does. Loki does this sort of stuff all the time to people, just because he's bored, just because he wants people to think he's bigger than he is. He's a god, fair. He's bigger than you or I, but really, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, what I believe is he's probably at the same level as Tyrall.
Hmm.
I mean, he's not any higher than the Maker, clearly, as we know. He's just not even close to Odin's power, so...
I know it could be lies, but I can't trust that it is.
I understand that. There is no proof also in the other direction that he's not just fibbing. He could be very well telling the truth. There is no confirmation one way or the other, and that's what makes him so unsettling.
We'll probably find out more and more the deeper we get into this forest.
Probably. And hopefully your ethereal friends can figure out a little bit more as we go along. And they dig a little bit deeper now that we know he's actually a threat. Not that we didn't know before after what he did to you, but a vampire being a vampire versus a vampire lord being somebody who's controlling all of Indigo North at the moment, a little different.
Yep.
All right. I still got a few hours left of my watch. Sorry for waking you both.
It's alright, I feel like that's a very understandable reason to be afraid.
Yes, it is. And then, as Tyrall lays down to go back to his 4 hour of rest,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
whenever he lays down and goes to bed, you can see that he just pulses real quick.
Oh,
And
I do that sometimes before bed too, I guess.
Yeah. yeah.
Think of the
And
anime.
He casts anti-magic field around the camp at level 8.
Ooh, wow.
Yep.
Dang.
That's a haughty spell right there, dude.
That's,
Some
yeah,
hefty spells.
that's-
Yep. So there you go. Just if Brok's gonna stay up, he's not staying up without
Without
something.
protection, I
some-
guess, yeah.
Well, it only lasts for an hour. But
Well,
Still, that's
Yeah.
something.
Still.
Yeah.
that'll at least give him enough time to ease out of his worries.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, the rest of your watch is uneventful, other than I'm sure your jumpy nature, because we're getting closer to birds and stuff, and a couple of different animals, and so I'm sure they flap by or something, and you know, flinch.
Yep. I'm definitely on edge.
But otherwise, your watch goes by uneventfully. And we all wake up in the morning, and of course, Amer checks on you, makes sure you're okay. Excuse me, you're okay. Nothing else happened during the night.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
You sure? That seemed to shake you up a little.
Well, wouldn't it you? If that was, if you saw the eyes of your father out there.
I have been very close to something like that, yeah. So, I understand.
But no, I'm all right, and at least now I know to expect it.
I was hoping that you being remade would completely free you of him, but apparently his fangs sink a little bit deeper than just your physical side. Apparently he has a greater interest in you.
Yes.
Or perhaps he's got an interest in you, but now a greater interest in someone else.
Yes.
I did very much upset him.
To be fair, I think on this term it was not on purpose, from what
No.
you've said. You are
Was
very
not.
forthcoming with when you say stupid things to people that you shouldn't. This one might just be that we've tiptoed in the wrong area.
Yes, and we are now running into the wrong area.
We are now swan diving directly into the place he said not to go. But I mean, isn't that everywhere? All of Indigo North is
Yes.
swarming with these
I-
flowers. I would have thought that there's no worse place than where we just were.
Oh, this. I
Oh,
don't know.
there's definitely a worse place. They closed an entire city,
Yeah, I'm sure Orlaith is not looking very good.
No.
which I know we're dealing with the flowers, depending on what we encounter up here. I do feel like we're going to have to go to Orlaith at some point.
We might.
I would like a stop at Wayland's first.
Yes, but going to Orlaith, we either need to know how to get the people back, or it's
Oh.
not going to be a pleasant time for any of us.
It's really not going to matter. We're just going to be there. If we don't have a plan, we're just going to be there to see the ruin. There's no way we're going to be able to help unless we know how to help. And right now,
Mhm.
we don't know.
The only thing we can do is clean up a mess after it's already been done.
Right.
And even then, we
yes.
can't do that effectively.
We do know that your holiness seems to put things at odds. You did purify the flower, it spat the water back out. Somewhat.
It spat the water back
Spat the
out.
holy water back out.
Right. But we don't know what it did to the actual flower itself.
Hmm.
It just spat the water back out. It rejected it, really.
And I mean, he showing up to speak to you.
Seems very much that he's not a holy divine creature,
Yes.
is what we're trying to get at. But again, Loki doesn't like that sort of stuff either. I'm not saying it's attached to Loki, I'm just saying,
No.
magic-wise, this person has to be from somewhere around here. I mean, why would he pick Indigo North to be the only place to destroy if he's not from here, right?
That would make sense.
Yes.
But the only way we're going to get answers is to continue going north.
My thoughts exactly. We can spend all this time speculating, or we can get a move on.
And hopefully just find out.
The only way we can find out is by seeing it with our eyes. Because I would not have believed anyone who told me about what that place back there looked like. Would not have believed it.
No. I wouldn't have believed anything if somebody told me that.
And speaking of moving on, someone's feast wasn't there in my pack when I went to go for lunch yesterday.
No.
Yeah, right. I was going to say something about that as he puts his hand on the back of his hip and points at you. I forgot, but that doesn't mean I'm not still mad about it.
Well, the good thing is that we are starting to see wildlife again.
You are a petty individual, Tyrall.
I am not petty. The spell only lasts for a certain amount of time.
Good out.
Well,
Very good out.
put it to the test again. Let's see. Take some of this and this. Thank you, Tyrall.
Just the perturbed Tyrall at the end of the table, just staring.
Thank you, Maker.
Distantly, like, why did I come back?
Why did I come back? Why did I bring this guy back? Why am I not doing this by myself?
Where's all the sane people?
Not around you.
No.
And you are not one of them. No.
I'm a saint.
So?
Oh, well, fair enough.
I'm sorry. Didn't one of the disciples run out of the tree line eating bugs and honey?
Yes, and that was not the only person to do that.
Exactly. So being a saint does not keep you from being a little bit crazy.
That is also true.
But
Anyway.
feast this time. Brok leaves everything there.
Oh, you're not going to bring anything just to see.
No, you served your purpose. Thank you.
Ooh.
I jest, big guy. You need to lighten up.
Tyrall just turns around and starts walking north.
And yeah, Aver the whole time is like
He doesn't say anything. He just turns around and starts walking.
his tail like whipping back and forth because it's funny and he's not the only one now. Oh, he's so delighted.
Just silence.
Follow suit.
Amer finished the undergarments, by the way.
Oh, awesome. And Brok just right there and slips them on.
And Amer just looks up.
Puts
And away.
puts his pants back on. Oh. Yes, this is I see why you wear undergarments now. They work very well.
And he gestures to himself, very tight pants.
Yes.
He does not. He doesn't. Can't really wear undergarments when your pants are that tight.
No. Yes, Lizardmen, they only give us pants.
Well, if everything's on the inside.
And yes, there's no need for undergarments.
It's weird to me. But
This is weird to me.
understandable. And I'm sure having a tail would be weird to you.
Oh, Tyrall's like
Oh, yeah, you're gone.
50, 60 yards.
No, he's really,
Ow.
he's grumpy.
I do miss it though, and I'll reach back and
It's just
touch my
air.
butt.
Yeah, it's just. Yeah, that's. I don't understand. How do you walk like that?
It's taken some good practice. I mean, that's one of the benefits of us walking now. I've been able to learn. Still haven't mastered my balance, but it's getting better, I would say.
Well, you don't look like a newborn baby deer, so looks a little bit better.
But yes, I
can't
don't
imagine.
recommend it.
No,
Keep that.
and he just like holds it to himself. No, I plan on keeping this as he strokes it. It's mine, and I love it. I'm not going to get rid of it anytime soon.
Are you all coming?
I mean, we're still walking. Yes, we just decided to leave you up there, princess. You're fine.
You all can hear it from way back behind.
Yeah, it's more like a, like an upset teenager, shoulders drooping.
And then he goes from walking to just gently floating into the air.
I don't like that he can do that now.
It's
It's unnatural, for one, and for two, he's doing it just to show off. He didn't need any more reason to show off.
he's very cool. He jumped out of a second-story window and clobbered a guy.
He has his moments. Most of the time, he's a pain.
Well,
In my royal rear.
you take the good, you take the bad.
He's got
You
the
put it
seesaw. It's not even. His pros and cons are not.
Well, look at me. I was such a burden to you all.
And he looks around.
I couldn't understand things. I couldn't help contribute to what was going on.
You contributed very well.
I mean, in fights, yes, but when it came time for the critical thinking or making decisions, I had to follow. I couldn't lead.
No,
I couldn't
but-
even converse in that way.
Brok, I don't think you really understand. You single-handedly, apart from the rest of the group, saved me. That's not a light thing. My brother tried many times. Your inability to see the negative was very helpful. You were not even close to what I would have considered a burden. Me, anyway. If you want to talk more of a burden, and he just gestures to the floating angel. Someone who can converse and understand things on a more adult level don't always contribute in the way that could be helpful. You do not ever consider yourself a burden for what you were before or what you may be now. That is, even if you're not trying to offend yourself, or you don't care to, it's offensive to me, because you are an anchor for me. You are not a burden. Some of us need that. So.
And yeah, Brok's eyes are welled up,
Aw.
and he kind of side hug walks with you, and you are my anchor as well.
I love brotherly bonds.
DM,
Yes.
does Tyrall see anything hovering above the treetops?
No. No. I would say we are making a good headway. I mean, obviously, we're walking. Because I'm sure we're not trying to kill ourselves by running this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
This is not what is it? The second movie, The Lord of the Rings. I totally forgot the name of the movie.
that's true. They were
The Two Towers.
booking
The
it.
Two
Yeah,
Towers.
they
I
were
thought it was Two
booking
Towers.
it from the beginning of that movie to the end. They were running that whole time.
mm-hmm.
The only people who weren't were Samwise and Frodo.
We dwarves are natural sprinters.
Very, very bad
Runs a whole movie.
across country, but
Runs the whole movie.
yeah. Meanwhile, Legolas, like,
Yeah. Yeah, Legolas is, they're walking. They're walking to Legolas.
but I would say after you come back down to the ground, you actually get one of your holiphants that comes back.
Ooh.
And it
The Holiphant.
it has a message from Maldarian, who basically the Holiphant explains that. Unless, did you send like a physical note, or was the Holiphant telling them,
The
hey,
Holiphant was telling them.
okay, so it explains to you that Maldarian said he was whisked away back to his homeland on Rebellion, because of some weird issue going on. And what exactly you told him about the flowers? What exactly did you tell him was going on? Like, because you said, what actually did you tell him? Like, just a general overview.
His wasn't about the flowers. His was about the Viscount.
Oh, about the Viscount. Okay.
Yeah.
So he said that he went back. He had been brought back home because his dad was getting sick or something like that. The holiphant was kind of vague, but something about his dad not being able to take his roles as he normally does. And so his mom started taking more in charge and called him back home to become the general of the guard. So that playboy streak in him got cut off real fast. But he came back home, and things were a little weird there, but he would let his mom know about the Viscount and all of that, because that does affect, global politics.
Yep. Thank you. Whee.
And just gets absorbed by the clouds.
Go back home, little buddy. Thank you for nothing.
What did you think you were gonna get from Eldarion? It was either that or something about a whore, I'm sure.
I don't know. Springing action.
He's not the king. He can't do much.
Well,
And,
if he was here, he could just be like, "Hey, I'm going to hang out with you for a little while, in case of danger."
He could, but he was whisked away back home.
I know.
He's a prince to another land. He has no ties to Indigo North.
I know.
So.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, Darion's not going to help us.
But you all would be very grateful to have that guy helping you.
Mm-hmm.
He's been whisked away back to his homeland.
Oh.
Well, that's understandable.
Unfortunate that his father's not doing so well.
No, but at least the women of the South are now spared.
As are their Danishes.
That's fair.
As are their Danishes.
I'm sure, the women, were they spared or were they saddened? Because, did you see the guy?
He is incredibly handsome.
Their flesh is saddened, their morals are spared.
You really are downer, aren't you?
Are you going to
Oh, wait a minute.
Are you going to talk this way to Delilah when you have kids?
That's fair.
How far are you in that book?
I just got past the part where the old man went up on the mountain and came back with tablets.
Okay, you are not there yet. That explains the difference of what you do outside of marriage and children and inside of marriage and children.
Ah, I see.
It's a different situation whenever you are actually married to somebody instead of just hoeing about.
I find it very judgmental to just say those things about a prince, though. Isn't that kind of their thing?
The ones that should be held to the higher authority.
I'm just saying he's going to be king one day, and...
Which
Yes.
means he is then held to an even higher standard.
Well, when you see him again, then you may say something to him, I suppose.
And I'm quite the wrong person to talk to that about. I was never chosen for the breeding pits. That's why they got really mad when I made advances towards that Tabaxi princess.
She was a princess? Amer says with shock.
Oh, well, I don't actually know if she was, but practically everybody up there, to us, were prince and princesses. With how
Fair.
they dressed, their
Fair.
manners.
Fair.
Well, now you're human, so things will be
Speaking of your
different.
judgmental side, what did you, as you look down upon the man, what exactly You never told us exactly what you said to Arminius that upset him so much. What do we need to avoid breaching again if we ever have to speak to him, so that we don't do that? I don't want to make him as mad
He
as
was
he was.
very upset.
I didn't see him. I just heard the commotion. I can't imagine what you saw.
And this is Arminius we're talking about.
Yeah, that's
He
unsettling.
doesn't have emotions.
Tyrall bends down to your ear and goes, "The letters that you read that you should not have?"
He just cups his ears like, you don't have to get so close. Because they flick.
And that told him that I know, and that whenever the war with the gods is done, justice will be served by
Wait,
the
you
higher
know-
heavens.
Oh.
Do you have to whisper it? I'm a man now. I can hear these things.
Brok, there is still some things that I will not break with those that you actually have bonds with. That is for them to say. As where Amer
Alright.
figured this out on his own.
Not on my own. No, not on my
So
own.
you know it too.
Okay, but see, right, I didn't want to know. It was kind of given to me, without my consent. It just kind of happened. Cyrus told me, and I really wish I didn't know it. But,
All
since
right.
since we all probably should know, apparently, from the letter I read, and correct me if I'm wrong, and he looks really uncomfortable, like, like his skin is
Is-
crawling. Arminius had an extramarital affair with Segan, one of the gods.
And then Thor killed Segan.
That I
What?
didn't know, other than your
Oh,
accusations
what?
of such.
What? Arminius?
That's what I read in the poem he wrote to her.
He wrote a poem?
It was the most beautiful love story I've ever written.
Oh, my friend.
It was very sad.
And you'll never tell him that you know.
No, why would you want to bring up such a painful memory?
I don't know, Tyrall. Why would you want to why would somebody want to bring up such a painful memory for somebody?
Because the best part of getting over it and moving on is knowing when justice is served. And sometimes knowing that the higher powers are going to serve it
So you know
helps
for
in the
sure.
process.
You know for sure that Thor killed her, Segan.
Yes.
And you know for sure it was because of Arminius.
Yes.
Wow.
Huh.
The Maker really did give you all the info, pretty much.
And so, something he holds very dear to himself that he, I'm sure, has literally never told a single soul, you decided to say something to him about? I mean, the man was embarrassed that he slightly had a bias towards the cutest thing alive at one point. Not that you're not, but you were...
No,
Anyway.
I know what you mean, Amer.
So-
Don't,
He was uncomfortable with that, let alone harboring intense emotional attraction to somebody who was a goddess. And he puts his hand on your chest. You didn't read the note. It was very long, very
it was long,
it,
too? Oh.
not the same person, I swear. So I can only imagine that was a very sensitive subject.
It just makes me love him even more.
I was very surprised. That.
It was a sensitive subject for him.
Well, clearly.
But also, he doesn't respond to any messages sent to him any other way.
I just feel like you really rocked the boat with that one. He was very helpful.
Yes, but it was something that he needed to hear and that I was told he needed to hear.
Well,
Well, yes, but you don't have to just blurt it out at people.
To be
You
fair,
can-
he did ask us to leave. He could have done it in front of all of us and embarrassed him
Oh,
thoroughly. He did do a little bit better than what old Tyrall might have.
So, all right. So just stay away from. Is there any other information that you know of Arminius that we need to know? Anything about Aimer? About me?
Freaky Fox.
Wait.
Arminius is Arminius, that loved goddess, and then she got marked for it.
Oh,
And you, well, you're writing a whole new chapter, so.
Thank you for that divine insight.
That wasn't divine, that was just.
that was
Common
just
sense.
Tyrall. That was all Tyrall. Right.
Yes, I can see why he wanted to smite you.
Yes, he did, but unfortunately he can't smite me. Now, bash my head in with a hammer or a wrench. That.
I don't want
That
to
he
know
can
what
very
power
well
he
do.
might be capable of. He seems very
He
old and
has
knowledgeable.
Nico there.
Oh my god!
So, and if Nico's afraid of Arminius, and from what I
That's
know
fair.
of what Nico is potentially capable of,
Scary things, yeah. They keep those wizards
Yes.
in towers.
do not leave Arminius alone.
No, I very much plan on leaving him alone.
I was just curious. I had no idea that you actually.
Said the thing out loud?
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
Wow.
He's going to get an extra big hug next time I see him,
Wow.
if he lets me.
I'm
It's-
thoroughly, honestly impressed that he actually didn't kill you. Really?
Oh, I saw it in his eyes.
That was an intense. He really knows how to control himself. Honestly.
He
Huh.
weighed his options of what would happen.
You know, I don't think he would care if the Maker came down and strangled him with his bare hands for killing you. I would have still thought he would have killed you.
I think there's a little more respect there than he shows.
And Aimer just narrows his eyes and squints far off. Maybe I'm missing it, but sure. Respect.
Yes. Now, have you ever been to this capital we're going to?
Of course. I've been to most of them.
All right. Is there anything we should be expecting?
The governess and I do not really see eye to eye.
Ah.
She's not very. And he looks like he has a distasteful look on his face. Not very friendly. Or too friendly. Depending on who you might be. Don't. And he, like, steps back and looks at you. And looks you up and down. Really, you. Don't get too close to her. And potentially you don't get too close to her.
Oh. Oh, all right.
You're a man. She might,
Oh,
you know.
right.
You're a man
Ah.
now.
Indeed. Good.
Oh, you're a man now. And he gets really close to you, and he's like, looks up at you. Do you think we have to worry about him suddenly being, you know, procreative,
What the-
interested in women? And he
All
doesn't.
this whispering.
He's not even a whisper. Like, he's doing the Aimer whisper.
Stage whispering.
Yeah.
Then he gets like a bright red, and he's like, I haven't really thought of that. They kind of beat it out of me, but now I have a new body, and
Yeah, and,
but
I'm not entirely certain how it is to feel a rush of hormones when you're attracted to somebody as a lizard versus not more mammalian.
I would think they would be somewhat similar.
They might, I don't
I could,
know.
yes, I don't know. I only felt
Mm.
attracted to that once. And I paid for it.
Because you'll see. You'll see. She's... Don't let her beauty disguise her malice.
Ah,
She's very good at hiding it. And I'm very worried about you, because I don't know how you might react. You're staunch and cold-hearted, so you'll be fine. But she will still try to come on to you.
Cold-hearted.
Did we not just have this discussion about Arminius?
I was saying what I was supposed to say.
Right.
That's not
When do you ever
cold-hearted.
speak from emotion?
Not for a while since I've been back.
Thank you. Exactly. So that won't suddenly become an issue for you.
No.
Why is he offended?
uh,
Do you imply that I have no capacity to love or see anything for its beauty?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
well, that's not true. He does
He
have
looked-
eyes for Delilah. And from our talk, he very much regretted what had to be done, but he did have to do it.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. If he has one goal in mind, and you're not Tyrall Beckin anymore, who did fall for Delilah, so it's a little different. When you came back, you certainly didn't speak to her the same way that you spoke to her when you were Tyrall Beckin.
Oh, good point.
You're different. When your mind is set on one thing now, you see nothing else. No emotion is involved. Whereas before, you could still be kind of swayed. Because obviously, Delilah. That's no longer an issue for you, is what I'm saying.
No, there is a higher responsibility.
Cold-hearted. When you need to be. Most of the time.
Amer, how about this? I keep her away from me. I keep him away from her.
That's wonderful. I would love that. Yes.
Now, we still have a long way to go.
Yes. And we are walking this entire time. We have to keep ourselves entertained somehow.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. As we...
We can be done at 3.
At 3?
Yes.
Cool.
Pizza will be.
As we
Cool.
go along, I will bust out the Bible.
The Bible?
And, gonna be reading that. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would say, just for time's sake, oof, man, it's going to take us a long time to get up there. I don't have the map up right now, but I mean, we have to go through. Because if I'm remembering, I have to remember correctly my own map, because I'm also making the other map at the moment, and I'm trying not to get them confused. Because we were in Trinia, and then as far as I'm aware.
It was directly north,
Yes,
north
but I'm
with
trying
a
to.
slight slope.
Trying to figure out what's in between there. I know that Drokar is in between there.
We were going to skirt around Drokar, not actually go into Drokar, for fear of what would come out of the ground.
Yeah. So we have to go through, at the very least, one state, if not two. Because I'm thinking that
Drokar.
Trinia is right underneath Drokar, so yes. Because I was trying to remember where Kandik was, and it's right underneath Trinia. Okay. Whew, man. My brain holds a lot of information.
We can't go
Holy
wee because
moly.
of death.
Yeah.
Wee! Or
Oh
well,
my-
possibility of death, and definitely way longer to get through than we want. So we went wee.
Oh, wow. It's going to take us so long on foot to get up there. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's gonna be so long.
Have fun. Walk.
How long have we been on this journey? I would say at least almost 2 years. It's been a long time.
Yep.
Wow. No wonder this is spreading so fast. We think it's spreading fast, but really, in hindsight,
We're just taking forever.
well, I mean,
we have to
kinda
traverse
have
a
to.
whole continent.
Yeah.
Continents are big,
and they
There's
don't
one
really
there,
have.
especially
We
in
really
the Go
haven't
North.
been very many places.
Well, and because the places are so big, and you're only 3 people now. You can only do so much, and you can only do so much when you're trying to keep it under cover, you know? Even with Tyrall, who just tells everybody what we're doing. But there's a lot going on. There's a lot of people that has died.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been a journey. So I would say this is gonna take, at the very least, a month to walk. If you're walking, because there is no train from where you all are to that specific area.
Yep.
Nope.
We'd have to go back to that capital.
Yeah, and that's another reason why it's taking you all so long, is because you're like, if we want to get anywhere, we have to go back to where we can go to get on the train to make it faster. It's been a lot of backtracking.
Yep.
Which, to be fair, in old days,
It was a lot of backtracking.
That's what you had to do.
yep, or you had to travel on foot, which took you longer.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's gonna take a good month. I would say maybe a week and a half in, you get another. It's probably late at night, probably 8 o'clock. We're all stopped for camp. Nobody's really taking watch just yet. We're all just kind of relaxing. You get actually, Tyrall, another
Holiphant?
another holiphant that comes back to you.
Holiphant?
Yeah, another holiphant comes back to you. And this time it is the one that you sent to Arminius. And it comes back and it tells you that
F you.
tells you there is no message because your message couldn't be delivered. Couldn't find him. And you would know that might be mildly upsetting, considering holiphants can just appear to the person that you sent them to, wherever they are. Meldarian was back on Rebellion, which is oceans away.
Mm-hmm.
So for that one not to be able to find Arminius is a little suspect.
Well, Arminius is officially off the grid.
Oh.
What do you mean?
The holiphants, who can appear to anybody, can't find him.
So, and Amer's like with his legs crossed, but he leans his elbow on his knee and just kind of taps his forehead. You're telling me that a very divine, holy creature that's supposed to appear to whoever you send it to, no matter where they are, can't find Arminius?
Yes.
Didn't you also send one to Nico?
Yes.
Have you gotten a one back from Nico?
No, only the one from Aldarian and Arminius.
Okay.
So then maybe...
Although Nico could keep them out, if he was granted the use of his magic.
I guess we'll have to see what happens with Nico's. But don't they just, like,
Yes.
appear right next to them?
Yes.
So then at least it would have said that it found him, right?
Yes, but it did not find him.
Which is the unsettling part. It didn't have a deliver its message because it couldn't find him. Should we be worried about that? I mean,
if he wasn't with
yes.
Nico, I would be worried about it, but since he's with Nico, that can explain it away.
And, I mean, Arminius is very capable, and especially after your last interaction, he would not want contact from you in any way, shape,
No.
or form.
I guess if they could... but they can't just feel that your holiphant is going to show up. That's the
Yes.
thing that I'm questioning, is does it just appear to Arminius specifically, like, goes away from you and then appears right next to Arminius? Is that how that works? Or just, you know?
Not just
Oh,
because it would have been back almost instantly,
right.
but if it can pop through walls and stuff, it still has to travel, but it knows exactly where they are.
Right. So then it at least would have found Arminius, right?
It would know to go where he should be.
Right.
to go where he should be. He does have multiple workshops.
But it would have checked
But-
both of those
Yes.
because it has the divine
Yes.
sense and knowledge of the Maker, so it would have at least tried every location that Arminius would be, right?
Where did you check?
And yeah, the holiphant's like, everywhere I knew, everywhere the Maker said that usually Arminius is, because the Maker can see all. And it was Arminius who, basically. He couldn't, the holiphant couldn't find Arminius anywhere.
That is greatly unsettling. But, oh, thank you for trying. Wee.
So, I guess we just need to wait until we get Nico's back and hopefully figure out where he is.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only way we can. Because if Nico's comes back and it's like, yeah, all's good, then I guess we don't have to worry. But if it comes back and it's not like that, or it's like the one you just got that didn't deliver, then maybe we should worry.
We can worry about that after this.
Right. I suppose he's not
He's not
issue
helpless.
number one. Right. Well,
Could you send one of them up to the heavens, or just commune with the heavens?
I can do that. Myself.
I'm just saying, you did bear all of the gods' sins before their most high priests.
in a very grand fashion.
And if Thor was the one that slayed her after such a grandiose display,
What's stopping him from
he
ever
might
coming after
go
Arminius?
after Arminius to finish the job.
That would look bad, since Arminius is so helpful for Indigo North in general. And I'm sure, as Thor does, it would not be in some passive way. It would have to be a whole display.
No, I
But
don't know much about Thor, but it would be grandiose.
right. So I don't know if he would do that. But who knows? He killed his wife, so
But all we can do, once again, this is just all speculating. Should we be worried? Of course. But it's really out of our hands at this point.
we can't worry about everyone.
No.
And if we're not worrying about the High Ruler of all of Indigo North, maybe we shouldn't worry about Arminius either.
Arminius is very capable.
He is very capable,
He can handle himself.
and maybe he also heard about the Viscount and is in hiding or something with him. I don't know. I don't know what Arminius is capable of.
Like I said, if he's with Nico, it could explain a lot.
It's fair. Alright, well,
Well, I can take first.
I'm good. I'll do it. You can sleep.
All right.
And then in 4 hours, you can take it.
That sounds fair enough.
And so everything goes by normally during the night. No issues for either one of us in our watch. And we wake up and continue our travels.
When we travel along, Brok will be reading, and he's like, "Oh, this one's so great. Listen to this one. Listen to this one. Put off your old self and be made new in the spirit of your mind.
Mm-hmm.
In the Maker's mercy, he has given us new birth into a living hope through the resurrection."
It's almost like you're a living version of that. Representation.
Beautiful.
You know, normally that's just a soul and mind thing, but for you it's
It can
Quite
also
literal.
be physical, I would assume. If the Maker can do whatever he wants, I suppose
Yes.
it could adhere to
Someone
either
else
one.
here got resurrected, if I do recall.
yes, but I should also point out this is what we are is very, very, very rare. And normally it's just a person's nature that gets changed. So don't expect to see everybody do this.
Well, yes, I mean, you brought back Delilah's mom, and she didn't start spouting passages and smiting anything she saw.
So, what you're saying is, you all are the physical representation of that, and I'm the literal representation of that.
Yes.
Interesting.
Mm.
And he just looks like he sinks kind of back in on himself as you all are walking.
Oh, I rub your back.
It's almost like this was all according to plan.
You
beautiful,
have been
nice.
made new too.
Indeed, I have. I am not the same person you all started this journey with, as you all physically are not. I am clearly very not
Sober.
the surround sound. He's like, yes, exactly that. The renewing of one's mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Just don't fall back into old habits with, the malice and everything we're about to experience.
I mean, I would like to not. That would be my option. I have higher responsibilities now, apparently, that I have to look forward to. So, going backward, it's not an option unless I want to destroy all of it and go north, he says as he looks very nervous.
You say destroy all of Indigo North, but let's be honest here, it's going to be more of rebuild Indigo North.
Well, if I slip back into my old drug habits as a Viscount, that would lead Indigo North into direct, dismay.
Yes.
Probably a lot faster than even these flowers.
Probably.
So, that's no longer an option. And with hopefully what might be an advisor and a holy priest, I might not even be able to have the option.
No, you won't.
Right. So, no use in even worrying.
No. It would be very bad for you and from your inner circle if you did that.
Yes, I imagine it
I
would.
have no worries about it at all. Only now your physical safety from those that would do us harm.
Yeah. That's going to be only slightly new. But we have to worry about other things first, I suppose.
Only little things. Flowers and death.
All of Indigo North completely dying. Yep. Yeah. We will keep on trekking.
Further on to the Woman of Malice.
For the Woman of Malice.
It's definitely getting a lot chillier up this way.
Yes, and if you think it's cold here, you should see up in the even more north of Sevrukian, where the Twinlands are. It's frigid up there.
Oh, no, thank you.
And barren wasteland, really. Just trees and creatures.
Ooh. Not the good kind of creatures, I take it.
Large ones that are very carnivorous. Not
Yes, let's
necessarily
stay clear
bad,
of that
but-
one then.
Yes. But we keep on trekking, and anything else I have planned is going to take a little bit. So since it's 2:55, we might as well just take our break now.
Yes, because I got text that it's ready.
Cool. We're gonna go eat pizza.
Pizza and
Homemade
garlic bread.
pizza.
I'm
Made
so
by mine wife.
hungry. So we will be back in 45 minutes, and then...
We will be full and ready to go. Just do into a bunch of little bugs.
Really funny.
Nice.
But before the break, we had started traveling once again, and when we took a short rest, while Brok was watching, he saw some red eyes in the distance. And when everybody was woken up by Brok freaking out about that, nobody else could see it but Brok. And so Tyrall shot a guiding bolt to try to see if he could stop whatever Brok was seeing. It didn't, but
not.
shortly after he did, as Brok is aware, what could only be the Vampire Lord departed after a laugh. After a laugh. The menacing sort. And as we were traveling, we just had a few little discussions, topic changes. Tyrall got 2 holiphants back that said, the one was from Meldarian, that said that he was back on Rebellion, having to deal with his own sort of stuff, and so
Sorry,
he
bro.
couldn't help out with anything else. And then one from, really, not from Armenius, but the one that you sent to Armenius that said, yeah, we couldn't find him anywhere. Which is very weird.
Yeah.
Very disturbing.
So,
Very not demure.
no, very not demure. Not very of Armenius, which is, he is usually very demure.
Oh,
He
yeah.
is.
He is,
Well, he
if
invented that.
anything, he is very demure. And extremely romantic, but nobody else knows that.
Except for us.
You
Those
don't.
were
Brok
the
doesn't
times
even know
I'm
the
looking
extent.
for.
You don't know the extent either. Amer saw the paper at least.
No, yeah. But new Brok he understands it now.
Yeah.
And yeah, if he read the paper, it would blow his mind even more so.
Yep.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Arminius.
We love that guy.
One of the few people that if the gods or the demons or vampires, if they mess with him, it's on, man. You don't touch him, you don't touch Delilah.
That's true. And for Brok, you don't touch Amer.
Yep. Viscounts, take them all. Who cares?
All the governors, we can figure it out.
Yeah.
Kill the Pantheon?
But don't touch Amer, Brok, or Amer. Well, Brok, don't touch Brok either. Amer, Brok, Armenius, or Delilah. Tyrall,
Yep.
You're.
Well,
we
half
don't.
those people, I'm going to be involved in the retribution.
Yeah.
I already
We-
died once and came back. Everybody's like, it's
Yeah.
okay if he gets smirked once. He might do him some good because the first one didn't do good.
Yeah. We just at this point expect you to come back no matter what. You really like drove home the
You're never getting rid of
invincible,
me.
yeah, the invincible quality that everybody thought you had already.
It's. I was explaining this whole campaign to somebody yesterday, and like what was going on with all of our characters. They go, and I hadn't got to Brok being killed and coming back by mine own hands, and he goes,
Mine own hands.
"So do y'all just have like plot armor?" I'm like,
No.
no.
No. Nope. At any point, I could absolutely just get rid of one of your all's characters. And there is
No,
still
there's-
time.
Yep.
There is
Yeah.
still plenty of time for me to absolutely wipe every single one of you people off the face of the earth.
Yeah, there's a big difference of what plot armor is to what people kind of throw it out as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what? You guys, well, you came back, so it
That's
wasn't
plot
really bad."
armor, yeah.
It's like, no.
Plot armor is coming back when it literally doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Or surviving something that you definitely shouldn't have.
Just because you're the main character. Like,
AKA every anime.
that's what I was just about to say. Anime just is plot armor. But, like, you all
Yeah.
know. And also, I've killed plenty of people. Now, technically, their players are no longer here, which is why they're dead. But really, if I wanted plot armor, I could have just kept them around and sent them away instead.
Yeah.
If I was a person who did plot armor. I like character death. I enjoy it. I only brought Tyrall back because we lost 2 other significantly coherent people at the time, and I needed somebody to come back to take all the weight off Famer.
See, I told you, Amer, that I was a burden.
Not a burden. Just not
But we won't
coherent.
get into that again.
But, so now we are traveling to Lofesk by foot, which is taking a while. We've stopped for short rests a couple of times, but I should have done this while we were on break. But we just figure it out as we're here.
That is the Wayward Inquisition way. Because nobody expects the Wayward Inquisition
And
to
they
be
never-
100% prepared.
They never expect anything from us because we don't even know what to do ourselves sometimes. We just do this and hope it goes according to plan, really. But anyway, so I would say it's midday, mid second week, right? Because it's gonna take us at the very least a month, and it is starting to get real chilly.
Do you all?
You haven't quite reached like snowing temperatures, but you have hit a couple of, I say freezing rain. Obviously, it's not like ice, but it's very cold rain.
Slushy?
No, it's still rain.
Just
It's just cold.
Oh, the type of rain that whenever it hits your skin, you're like, ugh.
Yeah, where it's very cold
does that
outside.
hurt?
Yeah, it's very cold outside, and so when it touches you, you're like, oh, it's yeah. And the ground is very mushy from the rain and everything. It just all around not fun to travel in. And of course, Amer is acting very pitiful about the whole thing. Thankfully, it doesn't. I mean, I guess it would still affect you, but you don't. Not nearly to the same degree. You still have a mortal form, but because of the way you're made, it can withstand a little bit more for longer periods. Amer, however, cloaked up, pulling around, shivering as you're walking.
The little princess is cold.
Yeah.
Amer, I know we're going a roundabout way up to Lofesk, but do you know if there's any other smaller towns, hamlets, a shack?
I don't usually travel this way, no. But I think that we'll be hitting it to town sometime soon, I think. I haven't really been keeping up since the rain keeps getting in my eyes. And you can tell, like, from under your hood a little bit, you see, like, his ear twitch under the under the hood. And he has to keep readjusting because his tail keeps poking out from underneath the cloak.
Ooh, cold tail.
Yeah, and so he like has it wrapped up around in his arms now, around the cloak. Meanwhile,
I thought I honestly had a spell to help out in this situation, but turns out the very last sentence of continual flame is it produces no heat.
yeah, that is
So
exactly correct. And it's the same thing with Sacred Flame.
yeah, it's like
Now, I can understand that, but I do think it's a little weird, personally, for some flame, like magical flames, not to produce any heat. I don't... Like, Sacred Flame I can kind of understand, because it's burning from divine magic, not from the
Like
heat.
a heat.
Yeah. But if it's a flame, like Fireball, I would think would...
That would do heat.
Have heat.
Continual flame.
I would think would be heat, like,
Yeah.
unless I don't think those are different schools of magic. They're both
Well,
evocation.
because continual flame doesn't do any damage.
So then, it's just for light purposes?
Yeah, the flame
I guess that
equivalent
makes sense.
to and
It's more of
brightness
an
to a
illusion.
torch, spring forth from an object that you touch. The effect looks like a regular flame, but it
Yeah.
creates no heat
Okay.
and doesn't use oxygen.
Yeah, okay, okay. That makes sense.
It can
Well, I
be
guess if
covered
it
or
uses
hidden,
no
but
oxygen, you could
cannot
use it
be
underwater.
smothered or quenched.
Yeah, quenched, just so you could use it underwater. Yeah. I guess that one makes sense.
Because it doesn't act like a
I
flame.
guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
For certain purposes. But not this purpose, clearly.
No, not for what I need.
Well, if we were in the dark, this would be great. But we're not, so thanks for nothing.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yay.
And Amer's like, I'm sure that we'll be close to it to town soon, though.
Would you like me to go up and check?
And just from beneath the little hood, he just glares at you. Sure, God, do it. As he's shivering and you're just standing there.
As Tyrall takes the first beat of his wings, he just looks down at you. Amer, let's not with the blasphemies. And then he just, whee!
I hate him.
You don't. I don't have any torches, but it would be something.
It might,
Do you have
know,
any in your pack?
I might, but it's not going to withstand this rain, I don't think. Let me see if he does. You would very far off see another small town, a little bit bigger than the one with the
All the
issues before.
A perfect place to start my cult.
Dost thou have any torches, my boy?
Boom. There is a town up the way. It is still a bit of a walk.
That's fine. At least there's a goal, something we can reach.
Is it the wind or the rain that is making you all more cold?
Both.
Yes.
Yes.
And Tyrall will come in.
Okay.
Yep. And y'all get in close, and the wings come out and overtop and around.
So much better.
Oh,
Yeah,
bless the maker.
the expanse of the wings keeps the rain from beating us down at the very least.
Keep some of like the wind off.
Yeah, and keeps the wind off, and just the closeness of everybody kind of radiates the body heat around.
Because, yeah, you're a big muscly freak.
Yep.
You give off heat.
Yup.
In real life, I'm not a big muscly freak, but I do give off a lot of heat.
Nick is a heater too, and it really upsets it because we have a queen size bed, but he likes to cuddle. He likes to be real close, and I get really hot in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter how cold it is in the room, and so he's like a furnace, just scorching my back, and I'm like, "You got to get off of me. We cannot be doing this right now." But I would say, from the looks of it with the town, and how much slower you're having to walk because of the muddy ground for these two, you can practically float, so it makes it a little bit easier for you. Legless. But for Brok and Amer, it's a little bit harder. The pace is a little bit slower because of the sludgy ground. So it's you would think with the pace you're taking now, it's probably gonna take you at least another, because of the way you were traveling, at least another day. Not a whole full 24 hours, but
we're gonna have to stop
because it's midday now. You'll probably have to stop and rest somehow, and then you'll probably make it by mid-morning the next day.
Nice.
But I would say a little bit before, because it's over cloudy, overcast, because it's raining, so it starts to get a little bit darker, more around 5, 6, and it's just before the sun sets that this fire falls from the sky, and I say fire, it's like different, like a lightning form-ish, not lightning, it's fire, and
I'm gonna punch Thor in the face.
it's fire, brimstone, like it looks like hell is falling from sky. Yeah. But it looks like it's come from the clouds. And it gets a little bit darker over you all. And let me see. I don't know what this is going to sound like. It looks like what I want it to sound like, but tabletop. It might not sound.
You definitely got to do pre-testing.
This could be like Sonata and whatever.
Yeah, this doesn't. No. See, like that would. It's called Lava King's Lair. I would think it would be more.
I would think like kind of drums, like
boom, 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 boom. Yeah, like yeah, it's a layer.
Oh, just go find one of those bands that just sings in Nordic.
See, this would be so much easier if I could use any music, because then I have tons of playlists that I could choose from, but I have to use
Twitch things that
copyright.
Won't get us dead
Or silenced.
Silencio.
Okay, this is Treacherous Path. That doesn't sound right. what about this? This is demon army. What do you sound like? Don't.
I've used that one before.
Yeah, that sounds fine. I know that honestly, I probably could. Twitch can't really hear it. I mean, anytime I go back, it's cut out by our
That's
voices.
True.
But I don't want to take the chance
Yeah, I
that
wouldn't
the
risk
audio is a little too loud in one and then I have to cut something out. I just don't want to take the chance. It's too risky. This is fine. That's very loud. Chill out. Okay, so it starts falling like, and it's not like a lot. It's just enough that it gathers your attention, and it's falling right before us. I mean, maybe 15 feet in front of us, and you start to feel, I say divine, but you felt this presence before, and it crackles all the way down until it hits, kind of explodes in a fiery passion. That's all I can think of. Fiery display. And it's very warm for me and you, and so we're like, ooh, but also, what is this? And from the fire, because it's just lit up the ground, and it's fire in a circle, and from that fire comes this crazed version of Tyr.
Ooh, shoot.
And he looks angry and crazy. He has blood all over him. He's got like horrible gashes all over him. He's got both like axes in his hands, and they have blood all over him. He looks crazed, like a berserker. Like he looks like he came from some kind of war. And he steps out of the fire, and he's like, what? You! And he sees you and just zones in on you. And he just points at you with one of the large axes he has. And again, he's easily 9 foot tall. Like, dude is huge compared to you. Very huge compared to us.
Yes.
And you can tell, I mean, we can see it, but you can feel it. He's got this crazed look in his eye. And he's like, you knew, and you didn't say anything, and now they're all dead, and I couldn't do anything about it. And you knew, and you didn't do anything. He's shaking, and...
Who's all dead?
You know, don't act like you don't know, you know! And now they're all dead. They're all dead.
The other gods.
I'm going to take you with them, because you knew, and you didn't do anything. And he's shaking, and his voice is echoing. I mean, he's a god. It's the full power of a god.
Be booming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already had one hand on a dagger. I'm pulling both daggers out.
Hamer is not doing that.
Nope. And Tyrall, he doesn't have his armor on, doesn't have the hammer
Now,
or anything.
He doesn't look like he's immediately coming after you. He's not. His words kind of betray his actual actions. He looks more frightened and is just angry about it.
The other gods are dead.
And I mean, he's consistently speaking to, he's talking aloud still, but it's just nonsense, really. Like, he's kind of talking to himself, but then talking to you and blaming you for something, but none of it's really coherent or making any sense. It's just words, and it's a mixture of common and it's a mixture of celestial, and so, I mean, you can understand it. You would not be able to. Aimer can, but he's not. That's a 9 foot god of war.
And Tyrall will leave you two and walk closer to him.
Be careful.
I wouldn't approach him. He does not look very right of mind.
Tyr.
What are you going to do about it?
Tyr.
You knew and you didn't
Tyr.
do anything.
Tyr.
He's just shaking.
I knew that something was coming after the gods.
You said something, but you didn't do anything. And your maker, your pathetic excuse for a creator, didn't do anything. And you say he created us, but he didn't do anything. No, he didn't do anything, did he? He didn't. And now, if he's not going to do anything about it, and you're not going to do anything about it, I will kill you, and maybe he'll listen to your wails as I peel the skin from your bones.
And Tyrall will just look at him. Tyr, do you remember the time before Odin disappeared?
Why
In
are
the
you talking
work.
to me like you're randomly trying to have a conversation after what I just told you?
Because we are going to have this conversation before you do anything rash.
Rush, you think I'm... And he just gestures with these weapons because he doesn't care. He's out of his mind. Like I'm not going to kill you for what you did, for what you could have stopped.
For what I could have stopped, what do you expect me to do?
You're higher than us, aren't you? Isn't that what you told me when you called me down for those peasants?
In the hierarchy, not in power.
Then why, if you didn't know, didn't you do something about it? You couldn't have called your maker to help us?
Tyr, I am going to say this. I'm going to say the truth.
I don't want
No,
to hear.
you are going to listen
I'm not going to.
because your repentance is at hand, and I'm going to tell you why this is happening and why nothing has been done to help you.
Say your words before I kill you.
The Pantheon failed in their tasks to the Maker. They forgot him, they eradicated his people, and they shoved him into a deep, dark corner that was forgotten on this planet. So, if you are going to be mad about why the Maker has turned his back on you and your Pantheon, why not look at yourselves?
There's no one else to look at.
Exactly.
So instead, I choose to blame you. And that's when he runs at you. And we're ready to go. But before you even, because I'm sure you're unflinching. There is no flinching. We see, you feel it more behind you. Same kind of, this is actually like in the form of lightning, but it's fire. And out of that flame that hits is Amriel.
Ooh.
And as he's swinging down at you, I'm sure you are still unflinching.
Just standing there.
Yeah. Amriel, his words stop Tyr's axe as it hits your armor. Your presence is armor to when it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
And as it hits your presence, Amriel speaks in that booming voice that you heard before. I don't think you heard it. Amer did hear it. It was when you were getting
Yeah.
crucified. That stops him. And it's in a celestial language that neither you nor me understand. You do. And you understand it to mean repent, basically. And I believe I said he was about the same size as Tyr.
Mm-hmm.
So he's
They said all
8,
three of
9
them were
foot.
about 9 foot
Yeah,
tall.
something like that. And Tyr, as you're closer, he looks gone. He's completely delusional, and crazed looking. And Amriel, because he's still standing there, he's trying to get through your armor presence. Amriel says, "My brother is right. You need to look at yourself. And you need to repent for attacking a son of the Maker. Or you will face the consequences and die at my hands over whatever is attacking you." And Tyr just laughs, crazy, deranged, and pulls his axe back. "So now I have to kill both of you. I will kill both of you then if I have to get the Maker's attention to fix what he did." And Amer's like, "I don't know what's going on here. This seems way out of my depths," as he's still shivering.
Brok is gonna put a hand on you, and we're gonna back up.
This seems like a fight.
This is beyond us, Amer. If Tyrall if this is going to come to blows, Tyrall needs to be in his element. He can't be worrying about us.
I don't want to be in that element. I'm fine.
Yeah. You'll just see like Tyrall, he'll take his hand out and the hammer will appear and he'll stamp it down and just, but whenever it comes up, he's like split 50-50. So half is the shining gold and palladium and all that with the arm and everything, and the other half just like half of like a loincloth. All the skin is black with like the outline of the muscles in red and just like a weird demonic version of his other wing. And he'll just look at Tyr. Tyr, your options are death by us, death by the usurper, or repent and help us to claim back the Pantheon and restore it to its true glory. That is your decision. I cannot make it. Amriel cannot make it.
And Amriel's like, I could make it easier for you, though. He's ready to get, and we can see from our perspective that he looks very calm, but his sword is not very calm. It is alight with holy flame. He is ready to go.
Yep.
Yep.
He's almost more itching for a fight than you are sometimes. That's his thing, and he's ready. But Tyr's like, I would rather choke on all of the might I have left than to help you. And whatever maker you call a god.
Is that your final answer, Tyr?
And Amriel's like, I believe it is. And you see, like, past your face, he just snaps his fingers, and Tyr, like, erupts in this holy golden white flame before our eyes.
Dang.
And, yeah, I mean, it just eats him immediately. I mean, the god can't even move from it. It's holds him in place, and as we're watching and you're watching, you see as the flame is burning him, the same kind of colored, more on a white silvery scale, chains like wrap around him and bind him so he can't move, as the flames devour him. And as he's burning alive, you hear Amriel from behind you say, only those who wish to die threaten the Most High's sons. And yeah. Before our very eyes, Tyr is burned.
Dude.
His weapons and everything stay, but his body is... It takes a hot minute. I mean, he's a god, but he can't do anything.
Yeah.
All right, what are you going to do? Look away from, watching a god die?
Well, and he can't fight Amriel. Amriel is higher than him.
Yep.
And I was thinking about giving that fight to you, but this is where I struggle with D&D, because I know the fight would have been really fun for you all. I say you all, we would have died.
Oh, yeah.
You would more than likely, unless you played it the correct way, died.
Yeah.
So I want to give you all god fights. We would not.
And I wouldn't.
You would struggle.
we ain't ready for that.
No, but I still want you to have interactions with gods. Because that's still very important.
Mm-hmm.
But now, Amer and Brok have to deal with the fact that, something came to attack Tyrall, and the heavens showed up and said, no.
Yep, they intervened immediately.
They're like, no, you're all not doing that.
Yep.
So now you all have to deal with that whenever you look at Tyrall.
Yep, we just have to stand there and go, oh, okay.
Like an angel came down and saved you.
The angel of
From
war.
my God.
The archangel, the archangel of war.
Came down and just told the god of war to die, and he did.
He said, repent, and Tyr didn't, and he said, All right, then I guess you get to learn what happens when you threaten the sons of the Most High.
Wee.
You die.
Wee.
Quickly. Yeah. Without warning.
Yeah, without being able to do anything about it. So how long does it take for him to, like...
15, 20 minutes. I mean, it's really not that long, but in the grand scheme of things, when you're
But
watching somebody burn to death, it is a
feels like
long
forever.
time. I mean, because he is a god of war. He was made strong. But you would assume that if it took the god of war 15, 20 minutes to die,
Oh, everything else would have been instant.
we have gone immediately. Like ashes.
He wouldn't even have to use the intense heat. He just put it on low.
Yeah, he put it on simmer. Yeah.
Yes.
Boo.
Yeah. Yep, he wouldn't even have to, like, snap. He would just barely gesture and we gone.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
like, the last little bit of his screams, whenever you can tell that he's, like, basically dead,
Yeah.
and Tyrall will just float up, take his hammer, whack.
Yep.
Just smack him right upside the head. With hopefully a nice sickening
Yep.
pop.
Of course, he's still made of bones.
Yep.
So when you do that, yeah, I mean, how hard do you hit him? Do you hit him hard enough to, like, just kill him, or are you trying to hit a home run with his head?
Oh, home run.
All right,
Knock it
yeah,
out of
because
the park.
definitely his head would
Knock it out of the
fly
park.
off, yep. And Aimer, and I don't know what you're doing, but Aimer is standing behind you just like, and they were expecting us to take care of a usurper of gods?
They're not expecting you all.
You're over there dealing with Tyr. You're not hearing Aimer and his closely internal thoughts.
If this is what one of the archangels can do, then it is true that the Maker's power is limitless.
And Tyrall has some of that power in him, inside of him.
Deal with that how you all may.
Yeah, we will. But yeah, so after about 10, 15 minutes and you knock his head off, the flames start to die down, and what's left is like his belt, some of the things that could be burnt, but Amrael was like, might as well.
It's just a peril.
Yeah, might as well leave it. Somebody who passes by, who knows? Might see that and be like, oh my god. That might be god stuff, literally.
You think I'm leaving any of that?
It's up to you. Amriel doesn't care. Amriel kills, and that's all he does. The cleanup is left for either other angels or just left. It's how you find magical items.
Fair enough. So what is left?
Both of his war axes. Probably like a short sword. Short sword to him, long sword to us. His belt, his symbol on his belt. He didn't wear a lot. He wore like a tabard.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a shirt on. He had the crossovers so that he could have his axes in there. His bracers and his little. He wore like a little. I say helmet. It was like face guard, like jaw guard stuff like that. That's it.
So
He didn't
after
wear a lot.
he's burned, his head goes wee. Well, Tyrall will go back to looking like normal new Tyrall. I'll turn around to Amrael.
Normal new Tyrall.
Yep. Brother, it was very nice of you to join whenever you did. And I'm glad you actually pay attention like you promised you would, because I probably would not have survived that first blow.
You wouldn't have.
No, I don't think I would have.
It is my job to watch over you and Joel. And he just like slowly looks back. He always looks displeased by having to interact. But he looks back at everybody, us two, your companions.
Yes, I'd greatly appreciate that you do such a wonderful job.
That is not the only reason why I came to you, though my timing was rather fortuitous.
I assume it has something to do with he's saying they're all dead.
Yes. So, mildly, we don't still know exactly what's going on with that, and that I'm assuming, I don't know what Brok wants to do. Amer can hear everything, but he's still so scared. Also, he doesn't like Amriel. The dude held him down while you were dying, so he's not a big fan. So he's not going anywhere near that guy.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to do, Brok, but Amer is staying back.
Once when the conversation is done, we will continue on. And once when we get to a better spot, I think we need to have a talk with Tyrall.
Yeah, probably. But he explains, like, whatever's going on with the gods, we're still trying to deal with. You don't worry about it. That's not something... And again, he looks back at the other two. You are ready to handle. But the vampire lord that you were speaking to, that you spoke with, spoke to Casmithrian about, he is not to be trusted.
That is what Casmithrian said. Also, I feel like I should say this. He is stalking Brok.
Well, that cannot be helped, unfortunately. He is... And he doesn't look scared or worried, more just like inconvenienced or unsettled, but you can tell there's an underlying, just from you knowing Amriel, there's an underlying, like, unease.
And it gets worse. Brok could see him.
Mm-hmm.
My sight could not.
That is... He doesn't look surprised by you saying that. Understandable, considering he is not of this realm. He's not from this world. It is something we are coming to terms with. We don't know the full extent of his power, but from what we can currently understand, he is outside of the Maker's eyes.
You're not filling me with any good feelings.
No, I would assume not. Though that is not my purview.
So avoid him at all cost.
He is not to be trusted.
Yes.
He could have very well intentions or very ill intentions. We have no reason to believe that he is friendly. If the Maker cannot see him, that would only mean that he is not a friend. Be very wary.
That's how I would take it. But before you leave, is this stuff being claimed by the heavens, or we can't just leave God's artifacts here for anybody?
And the unsettled, serious look kind of goes away, and he looks more like perturbed. That's not very well my business.
All right, so I'll figure out something to do with it then, if that's all right.
Whatever you will. And he just lowers his head, brother, and whoop, goes back up. And it doesn't say anything to us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you'll see
We're not
Amriel.
why he was there.
No, he doesn't care about us.
You'll see.
In fact, it might be better that he doesn't care about us. He's all about death, so...
Yeah. You'll see Amriel disappear, and Tyrall will look back to you two, and then he'll turn around. He'll start picking up everything that's left of the burned out god.
And that there's a scorch mark from where Amriel appeared, but it's not a light, but it's just a scorch mark. Because that was more like lightning, but it had the same sort of holy flame on it that his sword has. And then the fire, the roaring fire, that was the huge fire that was behind that Tyr came out of, is still very well going. It'll die out, I'm sure, but right now it is ablaze. And Aimer hesitantly comes up to you, still wrapped up in his cloak, shivering. Do I need to ask what it was about?
That was somebody thinking that I have more power than I do. And upset that I did not use it to help.
Well, yeah, I could hear the deranged screaming. I am just curious, if we should worry about it.
How do I put this? The Pantheon is gone.
The usurper's moving in already.
Yes, you just witnessed the last god's death from the Pantheon of this continent.
So... And he just, looks at himself. What does that mean, considering that, I have magic from a god?
Well, Aimer, I don't know exactly what that means, considering that I used magic from Odin when Odin was dead.
You could try to cast something.
And he, looks around with the rain beating him down. He's like, not in this, I'm good.
Understandable. Although, that gate maneuver might help us get out of this a bit faster.
I suppose.
But definitely don't push yourself like last time.
No.
And Tyrall will try to reach in to, grab one of the axes.
Actually, as you go to reach for the axe, it starts to kind of be covered in this red, maroonish mist, and just like what happened with Cyrus's weapon, just disappears. Both of them. He said, both of them disappear. Everything else is still there, but the weapons are gone.
I'll pick up the belt. I'll pick up the bracers. Anything that's left, is his head still there?
I mean, yeah, because it didn't fully burn up. It is half charred, though. You know what happens when somebody is melted a little.
Yeah.
Looks like the Indiana Jones when they open the Ark.
Oof.
And Tyrall goes over, picks up Tyr's half-charred, busted head, looks at it. You see him pull out his axe, and he just starts.
Oh. This...
What are you doing? Put it down!
Do you not have any, I don't know...
What is wrong with you?
Decency?
Do you really want to leave chunks of a divine being around for anybody to find and do something with?
And Aimer's not looking at you, but looking at you. No, but, I mean, do you have to do that right now?
I'm not bringing the bones and the flesh of a god into a town.
So then what are you going to do with it?
Cut them into small pieces and go around and bury them.
Alright, I suppose we could...
Just bury it whole.
I guess it makes sense, though. Because then if you bury it whole and somebody digs it up, somebody's
There's
going to have a whole
still divine
piece.
essence attached to these, Brok.
Somebody could bring it back. And we don't want an undead Tyr in a necromancer's hands.
That would be the last thing that anybody wants.
There's a fire right here. At least we could
Yeah, Brok just
huddle around that.
turns away,
We're just
clumps over near the fire.
still shivering.
And Tyrall just gets everything off the skull. You all hear some sounds of him doing something with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Sure,
he
you
just kind of
crush it.
looks back at you all and
Oh.
he asked if
Well.
he could keep it. And they were,
Oh.
no.
No. Aw. Crush. Imagine the strength you have to crush a human skull in your hands.
Oh, it's been severely weakened by the fire.
Still.
Those are
And it
god
just got
bones,
smacked.
too.
Got smacked hard enough by a hammer. It's probably got filled with cracks, anyways.
Yeah, but that's a god's bones. Still. Yep. Crunch.
And Tyrall will look at the belt that he picked up. Puts the belt on, looks at the van prices.
You'll have to bless those before they'll work for you. But you may keep them if you'd like.
Yay!
They're just gonna be regular leather items for you until you bless them. Because
It's all right. We're going to a town.
those were the god of, or those were the vambraces and belt of a god who denied God. So
It's all right. I'll take care of that later.
okay.
We don't have time right now. My friends are freezing to death, and the dyer's fine. Or the dyer.
The dyer's
Fire's dying
the
down.
dyer's fine
The
now.
fire's dying down.
Yep.
I'll walk back over to you all.
Oh, you finished
Yes,
now?
I am finished.
Right.
It's time for us to continue on to the town.
Yes. Yep.
And let's not. I think it goes without saying. Let's not mention this to anybody.
Then Amer just dead stops and looks at Brok. You know, in my recollection, I don't think I ever had a hard time not telling people things.
Let me rephrase this.
Although Brok,
If
you
anybody
did.
says something about this, let
You
it
used to
be
say
me.
things. I don't think I could stop you even if I wanted to. I've never stopped you before. I've tried. Brok was usually the only one who said it without consulting anyone else.
Yes, can we go?
Dang. The non-scaly boy who used to be scaly is getting upset that he's being affected by the weather. Yes, let's go. I'm freezing. Yeah.
And now the because it's gonna take us
A few more
a
hours.
few more hours. Yeah, Brok.
The rain lightens up, but it doesn't stop. It's not torrential downpour by the time you all stop to sleep or do whatever you have to. But you will have to find or like hang up some tarps or something. Your whatever you all may have to keep the rain from pelting you as you're resting.
Yep, I'll have to string
Construct
up
shelter.
the Aimer blanket into a little shelter.
Yep. But what were we gonna say?
But yeah, Brok doesn't look at you for the next several hours.
Dang.
Tyrall knows, but he's like
Yeah, it's
in their own time.
it's very noticeable.
They'll broach the subject in their own time.
Yep, Tyrall can only care about so much, I guess.
Well, there's some times when Tyrall's like, they need to process their own things, their own time. They'll ask when they think they're ready.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta let them take what came, because wow, that's a lot. But yeah, we set up a small enough fire that we can at least huddle around it, not freeze to death during the night. I'm sure we found some outcropping of trees that we can like hang our cloaks on or something to keep the wind and the rain off of us. Because I know for Aber, he doesn't have like a tarp or a blanket or anything. You hung up the blanket.
Yeah,
I guess you can use your bed rolls if you want, but that means you'll be sleeping on cold ground, which sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Cold, wet ground.
Cold, wet ground.
Yes. But yeah,
Squishy.
Amer and I are spooning.
Which I think, well, it might be a little bit more weird considering you're a human now. But
yeah, Brok doesn't.
no, he doesn't. It's no different to him. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we're cold.
Yeah, it's and
body
he's so
heat.
little. He's like wrapped up. He's like cocooned in on himself, and you're more just like wrapped around him. Yeah. And he does get very warm when he does that little donut thing. He gets very warm.
Oh, I bet.
So at least you're warm for the night. They didn't, as I'm saying Brok wasn't talking to you or looking at you, and Amer was too cold to care. You're taking watch. They did not even question you about it. Amer, just as soon as he built the fire, he curled up like near it in a little fetal position, and Brok just right around him.
I'm not questioning anything.
Probably for the best.
Yeah. Lot to process.
Mm-hmm.
For you two. Lot to process.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Tyrall will pretty much stay up all night.
Yeah. You will have to.
Yep.
Because Amer's not getting up. I don't know if Brok wants to do anything during the night, but Amer is not. He doesn't deal well with the cold.
Yeah. If somebody wakes Brok up to like take a watch, he'll
Amer's not moving.
he'll do that. But.
So probably early, like 7 o'clock in the morning, in the day, it stops raining. Just like a very light drizzle. Nothing too bad. It's still pretty cold, and the wind isn't as harsh. But a holiphant comes to you. And it has a message from Flint.
Flint.
What does Flint say? This is so weird asking what my own character
Yeah, no.
says.
He explains that, what exactly did you tell him? Did you tell him about anything in particular?
Not Arminius, the Viscount.
Okay.
The plot for the Viscount.
Um,
Told him and Tanya about the...
Okay.
But basically, this whole round was somebody's going to kill the Viscount.
Okay. So he says that he'll keep an eye out. It's not really his thing as a leader of a drug gang at the moment, but he will keep an eye out at the very least. See if he can somehow avert it in some way, with whatever power he does have. But he said, he also added that while he had taken charge of the Snapdragons, he found out a couple of different things that were interesting, but the one that he thought might have been most interesting to you all because of what Tenzin had said, is that he found out about this antidote a little bit more. What he learned was it was more of a toxin, less of an antidote. And it's somehow supposed to take care of the flowers themselves and not heal the people. So it's less of an antidote and more of a preventative measure to somehow kill the flowers themselves.
He doesn't say where it's at.
No, he said he doesn't know where to get it, but from what he's heard, he knows of how to make it. That's kind of his specialty. So he will try to find all of the pieces and parts that have to go together to make it, and then he said he wants to meet up with you guys in a few weeks.
Ooh.
To hand it off if he can find all of the ingredients.
Does he say where to meet?
He doesn't. He said that basically,
He'll find us.
yeah. He was not like, he just said, I'll meet up with you guys in a few weeks. Or he said, we'll meet up, or something like that in a few weeks. He was very vague about it.
Jonas, can I get
The Holiphant's like,
please?
Yeah.
did you say you need a sharpener?
Jonas got one.
Jonas doesn't have one. I have it for some reason over
Oh.
here. That's the reason why I said it.
I have one right here, too.
Oh, you have another one. Of course you do, Jonas.
Yes, but this one has the baggie for me to put.
Yes, that has the shavings bag.
And Tyrall will be like, well, that's the first clear answer we got for help. Wee. Sends this holiphant back.
You will have to wake Aimer up. Aimer went into one of those
Catatonic.
mammalian things where, you know, you're so... It's hibernation. You're so cold that you're like, wow, my body is shutting down. Not in the dead kind of way, but in the... This is definitely not the kind of weather I need to be awake for.
Brok, do you get up on your own?
I do.
And Aimer is breathing, but it's very shallow breaths. Again, he's
Yeah,
hibernating.
I imagine you probably wake up as I send the last holiphant back.
Somebody will have to wake Aimer up.
Get awake.
Yeah, it's not nearly as frigid, but still very frigid. And a lot more frigid than cuddling with Aimer, who's now a personal heater. The tiny little boy.
No, go over, check the clothes, kind of
Yeah, they're soaked.
take them, wring them out some.
And they're frigid from that air and everything, that wind. Those are some dry, some wet, cold clothes.
Yeah.
And blankets. But you roll them up, put them in your bag.
And yep, after he kind of cleans up camp, then he'll come over to Aimer and... Aimer. Wakey, wakey.
His ears kind of twitch, but he's still gone. He's out.
We could let him sleep a little bit longer. Good morning.
Good morning, Brok. We should be able to reach the town by at least lunchtime, if not a little before.
Good, good. Was that another message?
Yes, this one from Flint. It's actually a pretty good message.
Well, that's good.
He's taken pretty much full control of the Snapdragon gang. He was able to do some more digging into what we'll call him his successor, had said about an antidote. And come to find out, it's not so much of an antidote, but its own type of poison.
Oh.
Poison for the flowers. He hasn't heard of anything that will help fix the people.
Well, that's better than some of the other news that we've gotten.
Yes. And it does get better. He does have the ingredient list and is trying to find all the necessary ingredients and says that once he has them, he will meet up with us in a few weeks to hand it off.
Oh, well. All right. I'm sure he'll find us.
I'm sure he will too.
It's usually how he does things.
Now, is Aimer going to get up, or am I going to have to carry him into town?
You might have to carry him.
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
Time for the baby
He'll
Bjorn.
just whoop,
Yeah, he's
and
still
start-
like...
walking off with him.
He is so small compared to you. It blows my mind. I just forget how tiny he is, especially now. But even before, he was so much smaller than you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. So, yep, we keep walking. I would say, honestly, maybe an hour into walking, Aimer finally starts to wake up. And he's confused as to why there's movement. Like, he can tell that he's moving, but he's not moving. And so finally he, like, fully kind of wakes up and rubs his eyes. And he's like, and he sees you. And he's like, did I die and now I'm in hell?
No, you fell very fast asleep. Brok cannot wake you up, and I asked if we should wait or I should pick you up and continue on. And Brok said, pick you up and continue on.
Oh. And his eyes still look like he's very asleep. Oh, it must have been so cold that I... And he shivers. Went into some weird hibernation state. Oh. And he stretches as you're carrying him, just like big long stretch.
Like what a cat does. When
Yeah.
you're holding them.
And his tail like shakes and like gets bigger, and his ears flick a little bit, and he's like, all right, put me down.
We should almost be to the town, at least.
And he just dusts himself off like he's trying to gather back his pride. All right. At least it's not raining as hard as it was yesterday. Hopefully there will be no burning of gods today.
No, there's no more left to burn.
Right. Anyway, to the town, I guess.
Tyrall did get good news.
Oh.
Yes, I got another holiphant back.
From whom?
This one from Flint.
Oh. Good news, right?
Yes,
All
he
right.
has taken majority control of Snapdragon.
Good.
He is aware that there's something going on against the Viscount, but it is not in his expertise or a criminal gang's expertise to protect a Viscount. But he
That's
will try to
fair.
do what he can. Also, he checked into the claims of the antidote and found that there isn't an antidote, but a toxin being made.
Oh.
A toxin specifically detrimental to the flowers.
Oh.
He has the ingredient list. He is trying to find all the ingredients. And whenever he has them all and has made it, he said he will find us in a few weeks to hand it off.
Nice. All right. Well, I mean, that is definitely very helpful. And if anyone knows anything about poison, I would think it would be Flint.
Yes, so him saying he's on it, I trust that we will see him with good news in a few weeks.
Yeah, that's pretty fantastic, and especially him being able to take over the Snapdragon so easily. Well, easily, but quickly, effectively. All right. Well, that is very good news. I suppose we should also be very wary when we go through some of these towns we might see. They might resemble some other towns we're now used to seeing. Because they're far from cities, so they might be ravaged by the same unfortunate circumstances.
Yes.
As long as they have a place for us to stay and a warm fire.
If we can and want to stay in a place like that.
It will be... We'll have to judge it quickly.
But about midday is when we start to get closer to the town, and the sounds and commotions are very similar. Like the shouting and the nonsensical sounds coming from there, very similar to the last town we were in. But this time it's seems a little more organized. But we're not greeted by anybody. They're a little too busy dealing with stuff. There's no like town leader, it doesn't seem like. But it does look very... The town itself is a little bit bigger, and the houses are a little bit nicer. It's not as ramshackled as the other one. But the people themselves and parts of the town, like certain community buildings, look a little bit more run down. Looks like they're housing maybe sick people or something like that. There's just sick people wandering throughout the town. There's flowers, of course, here and there, everywhere. On our way there, and it definitely isn't as concentrated as it was at the farm, but it is naturally growing in areas that we're just kind of in patches that we're just kind of used to at this point. And their flowers are here and there in the town, just like the other one. Very similar environment. Other than the buildings being nicer, it looks practically the same. Kids sick. There might be some bodies laying on the side of the street. There's not really like pavement or anything. It's all just grass. It's very humble living, but the buildings aren't as ramshackled as the last place.
Well, I can't say we weren't expecting this, but
No, it's just so sad to see Indigo North like this.
It is not what we all hoped for. But at least with the news that we've had, hopefully we can start doing something to keep it from happening worse.
Yeah, it's just... It's so hard to see the people like this. If there is a way to come back from it, I don't see it. And it's just hard to witness that. Cheap viewers. I would love cheap viewers.
it won't let me do anything to it.
Really?
Before I could just like, click and hold on it, but now when I do it, it's like, you've copied the message, and I was like, I don't want to copy that message.
It's funny. But if there is a way for Indigo North to come back from this and the people to be healthy once again, it's hard to see it right now. I mean, it just looks around at the carnage, basically.
This is very disturbing. And seems like nothing would be able to bounce back from this. I believe we will lose many of the smaller towns in the rural areas before it's over. If not, maybe not lose all the people, but at least lose the towns in any sort of way that will support the territories.
You're not going to burn this one, are you?
No. I will not, unless whoever's in charge asks me to do something about those that are too crazy. The ones that have already lost their souls. But if they don't, they seem to have things more under control than the last place.
Tyrall, why don't you keep going? We'll follow behind you. I just want to take stock of what's going on. You keep going.
Yes. Do you want me to search for somewhere to rest, or do you just want to make my presence known?
Your presence is very well known just by being you. I think if someone stops you, you can speak with them. I don't think staying here is probably a good idea. But maybe we can get some tops or something. Find something to take.
Torches and the like.
To at least make a better camp than we had last night.
Yes.
So.
Yes, gather what supplies we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was a good one.
You're a cheap viewer.
Tyrall goes about 10, 15 steps ahead.
And Amer just kind of slows his pace a little bit. Brok, I can tell you're upset.
Never been one good at hiding it.
None of us really hide how upset we are when it comes to Tyrall.
It was Lilith all over again. It was so simple. Repent or die. Is that who we should be following? I mean, the Maker has done great things. Gave me a new body. But what if something comes up that's just not right? But it's the Maker's will. Is Amriel or one of those other archangels going to come down and incinerate us? Will the Maker force Tyrall to smite either of us?
It does come across very similar to the Circle of Odin, and from what I understand, the Circle of Odin did base themselves off of the basics of the Maker. I think what we see is the unfortunate side of what the Maker has to do. Clearly, Tyr was not being reasonable. And Tyrall and Amriel, as inhumane as I believe both of them can be, that's kind of their purpose. It's not how I'm sure all of them are. I mean, he didn't make you that way.
No,
He didn't treat you that way.
but that's kind of my point. I bit him. And did he slay me outright? If he was the Maker, he would have burned me to crisps.
Well, if he was Odin, he would have as well.
But no, he gave me a chance and showed mercy, and if it was not for that, I wouldn't have been able to turn a new leaf, not just as a lizardman.
I understand your wariness. You're worried that the Maker isn't... What I'm hearing, anyway, is that you're worried that the Maker is not compassionate. There's no grey area.
Yes, there is no gray area, not from what I've witnessed now.
I don't know everything about the Maker, and don't claim to, but he did make all of the gods, and the gods were kind of the grey area, right? That's kind of the point. They were supposed to be the in-between. And he was only supposed to step in when he had to, clearly. Or watch. But I think sometimes there is no grey area for people who have already made up their minds. Tyr already made up his mind about making whoever he had to pay for whatever he saw or experienced. And kind of like how if somebody was threatening to hurt me, you wouldn't ask why. I could have killed their family members, and they've been harboring ill feelings towards me the whole time. You wouldn't even ask if they were right or wrong. You would protect me. You would kill them before you would let them kill me.
Yes.
It's sort of the same thing. You know? They could have totally reasonable ideas as to why I should not be alive anymore. I've done horrible things to people. But because you know I'm only trying to do the best I can, and you know the person I am now, you wouldn't let me hurt them, or let them hurt me. So it's kind of the same thing, I would think.
No, you're right. You're right.
I understand you being uncomfortable with it, though. And as hard as a time I give him, Tyrall ends up being our punching bag, really. We never give him the benefit of the doubt. We just kind of verbally lash out at him all of the time. He's the easy target because he's the biggest one. But he does have a very hard job. I mean, Tyr didn't come at us. We would not have been able to survive if he did.
Oh, no.
No, we would have died immediately. But Tyrall stood in between us, unflinching in the face of a god. The god of war. Who I very nearly passed out when I saw him explode in front of us.
That was terrifying.
I can't imagine having that kind of responsibility.
We just have to deal with flowers. He has to deal with the divine.
And on a very large scale. And so while he's the easiest one to punch at, verbally, he's doing his best. I understand being upset with him. Believe me, I do. And I'm sure that you hear that because he's very loud about it. But we wouldn't have gotten through half of this. And while you wouldn't have been alive as the Brok you were before, had he not intervened, he intervened out of good faith. But you are the reason you were able to come back.
He was indeed. So, I do give him a measure of grace. But there's such a difference between what we can do and what they can do, as he looks up to the sky.
They are, and he's always been in a different league. But now, since he's been back, he's a completely different being than we are. He's not some mortal. He is far above and beyond that.
Yes, he was always superhuman to me.
But now he's a literal angel of the sort. And we should be lucky that he is on our side. Or really, that we are on his. And if he didn't care, he could just fly away and leave us where we are. So, though he shows it very badly, he cares about what we're doing, and he cares about us in general.
Yes, he does.
So, I say this speaking for myself as well. Perhaps we could be a little bit easier on him. So.
And Brok will crouch down, kiss your forehead. Thanks for always being the brains of the operation.
And he looks around. Then he stops after the little dramatics. I suppose that is sort of my calling now. So, I suppose Viscounts kind of have to be the peacemakers. The ones who always have the voice of reason.
You're very good at it. More than you give yourself credit for.
Thank you, Brok.
Well,
let's go find our big dumb idiot.
Let's find some supplies first.
And then find our big dumb idiot.
Oh, nice, friendly idiot.
Still an idiot, got it. A very large, friendly idiot.
He is so much larger this
I don't know why
time.
he had to make him so much taller.
He was already so big.
He was, and he made him taller, and now I have to look up at him even more. And he could have made you shorter. Maybe I need to be remade.
No,
No, I couldn't.
you're perfect in every way. No matter what Magnus says.
I couldn't be Tala anyway. I would be too powerful. Good looking, funny, smart. I mean, checks all the boxes. He's just a little flamboyant. In short. If I made him tall, he would be the most powerful creature on Silvana. We know it to be true, so I didn't make Arminius tall. He would be the most powerful being. Look what happened with Valdarian. I made him 6'5", and he's too powerful.
He really
And
is
he's
too
handsome
powerful.
and charismatic. And he's a prince / king.
Yep.
So, and he's a whore, but still. I made him too powerful. There can only be one of him.
How are the townspeople reacting?
God, Tyrall's taller than him now.
Yeah.
I just thought about that.
Yeah.
Oh no. Dude, level 20, no. Level 20 Meldarian and level 16 Tyrall fighting would be wild. Anyway,
You told me I wasn't allowed to go to level 16.
I might let you go to level 16 if you're fighting level 20 Meldarian.
Okay.
Like,
For that one specific
Yeah.
moment.
yeah. Anyway, you were asking?
How do the townspeople react to this giant, tall...
Are you wearing your priest outfit?
Yeah, he's back in the priest outfit, but he
Bless.
still has that...
Yes, he still has the aura, yeah. I was just making sure your boobs weren't out.
Toga.
Yeah.
No.
But some of them, they're very isolated people. Like, when we walk by, they kind of cower, or, like, they glare if they're of sane mind. They pretty much avoid us, because we definitely don't look like we're from around here. One, because you're so tall and angelic, and Aimer just has the air of royalty, regality. So, and you obviously look like an advisor to the regal guy. So they don't really interact. They think that we're pretty much just passing by, and they're like... Now, if they're crazy people, they do either run at you and then around. But, like, it's either that or they run away. Nobody's really approaching. Everybody's just kind of scattering. Like I said, unlike the other one that kind of had a semi-leader, this one doesn't seem to have that kind of organization. Seems like everybody's just hermits at this point.
Only goes out whenever they need to.
Yeah. Or they're out on their porches trying to wrangle crazy people, or... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrall will just come up to like a little four-way intersection and just kind of stop in the middle of it. Because he's about to, exit out of the other side of the town. And he's still just by himself. So he's just going to, like, stop and wait.
Yeah, we catch up to you pretty soon. I mean, we're not too far behind you. We're just kind of lingering so that we can have that discussion. But we finally make it back up to you. So did you upset anyone?
Everybody's avoided me.
Sort of what happened with us. Thought it was just because of what I looked like.
You all found any supplies?
Unfortunately not.
No, but there might be something that resembles a store, maybe? Hopefully? Before we leave?
Might as well try.
We might even want to try to convince these people to leave this village, head to one of the major cities.
Well... We
Get
can't...
them,
I mean,
get them away from the flowers at the least.
that's... Yes, that sounds in theory good, but I'm worried about...
Them walling off another city.
Yes, the more people we keep sending, the more at risk we're putting a larger group of people. I mean, these isolated incidents with a couple of hundred people are very upsetting. And I don't want to just leave them to waste, but sending a big group of them, like we did with the last people, and then sending these people into the nearest city.
Yes.
might doom
Might
whatever
cause
city.
more harm than
Yeah.
good.
Right. And we don't have any other way of helping. So maybe passing through really is the only thing we can do. At least now we know this city is also hit by it.
And we can keep on going to the next one.
And
But we
just
still should try the store.
mark them on a map, remember where they are, and hope that at some point we can salvage whatever is wrecked by this stupid flower. This plague.
Are there any flowers nearby?
Of course.
Yeah.
They're just growing everywhere at this point. And they're not like overrunning, but like
Yeah,
like the little yellow weeds that we have that
Yeah.
can litter a lawn, you know, they're
They
just popping up out of the
Yep.
ground here and there.
I'm gonna try to cut one of them so I can get the flower portion.
Just the top piece.
Yeah.
Okay. You can. It'll take a minute because the roots are pretty thick, but. Excuse me. Yeah, the roots are pretty thick, but you can eventually saw it off. So, yeah.
And then I'm gonna find a spot, and there's probably some good debris around.
Oh, yeah.
Grab some of that and kunk 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 kunk.
Oh. And Brock's, or Amer, like, his ears go down, his tail floofs out because he didn't know that you were going to make such a loud sound. He's like, Brock, what are you doing?
Everyone, your attention! Your attention, please!
And, like, some of the some of the crazy people are, like, flinching at the sound. And some of the more sane people are, like, wary, but they're looking in your direction, especially since we're at a four-way. There might be some kids that kind of warily, cautiously linger closer, but...
For those who are not sick, this is your enemy. This flower is poisoning the people and the land. Whatever food you find, boil your water first, pour it over the food. It should rinse off any contaminants that are in there.
And that's not entirely wrong.
Nope.
Guess that's one way to do it.
If you can, do not go to the big cities. They can't help you. But if you can find a place away from here that is lesser in the abundance of these putrid flowers, you might be safer.
And you hear, like, chattering amongst the people, but it's not... You can't really make out exactly what they're saying, but you can tell that they at least listened. They heard you.
And I'll toss my debris down.
Kunk, kunk.
Well, at least we've given them a fighting chance.
Think that's better than anything else we could do, or just leaving them. So, I guess let's find a store and
Try
on to
get
the
us
next one.
supplies. Then Tyrall will look around, find a place that looks like a store.
Yeah, it's
And-
probably further out, further down a few blocks, and there's a store. But it looks run down, like nobody's taking
Sorry.
care of it anymore. It looks
I'll
like it's
just-
been. Yeah, the door was already ajar, so it's just like a. Excuse me. And there's no attendant or anything. There's no firelight or anything else. It looks like some people have probably run in here and grabbed some things. It looks more like it's a communal gather at this
Yeah.
point. If you need something, go and get it. Nobody has time to really take care of anything or attend to anything here. So, if you would like to make investigation checks, you can try to find a couple of items.
At 17.
17.
Yeah.
Investigation. 15.
So you're able to find a couple of tarps, maybe some ropes, some torches, some things to light the torches with. All in all, you all are able to find enough. You're probably able to find some jarred, like fruits or something like that that are still good, jams, that sort of stuff. Maybe some biscuits, like baked bread, rolls.
Hardtack.
Hmm?
Hardtack.
Yeah. Spam.
Vienna sausages.
No, that's a haiku thing. We can't take that from haiku.
Spam.
Vienna sausages are his.
He has the trademark.
Yep. Yep, so we're able to find enough.
Enough to comfortably get to the next town.
Yep. And otherwise, everybody just keeps to themselves and away from us like before. And we just meander our way out of this town.
On to the next town.
On to the next. And it is like that for, unless anybody wants to do anything specific while we're traveling, we probably run into 2 more towns that are very similar, unfortunately.
When we leave the last town, like the last one we're going to be visiting, once we get like a mile outside of the town, Tyrall will up into the air, and he'll be gone for a few hours, just searching since we're approaching like a bigger metropolitan area to see if he can find any ruins, like a temple or something.
If you want to make an investigation check for me. And in every town we go to, Brok, I'm sure you make the same announcement.
Yeah.
And if you want to make an insight check for me with advantage.
Dirty 20.
And
Okay, I gotta figure out where we're at this point. We really need to have the map hanging up so I can see. Because it's been about... I gotta get the map.
Where is the map?
I don't know. It was hanging up, but it is not hanging up any longer. I don't know what happened to it.
Oh, last I saw it was folded up right here.
Yes.
because yes, I remember you took it down because we came in for maybe a beep boop bop, and it was.
Yeah. It was on the ground. And I don't know why.
So yes, that's a 21
Oh, I am so
insight.
sorry, microphone.
Did you?
I shoulder checked it.
Oh my god.
Then while you're doing that, I will also do the first night that we stop.
Let's see, we
Do you want a
were
longer charger? I have one.
Oh no, I don't need to.
we were
Use that.
here.
Yeah, we were here.
We were
Yes.
coming up.
Okay, so Drokar, we did not pass through Drokar. See, this is what I needed to see because I thought we were passing through Drokar. So we were definitely in here, but we're trying to get here. So I would say we're probably about, because we've already traveled for 2 weeks, so I would say we're probably right outside the capital.
Okay.
It'd probably take a little less than 4 weeks. It'd probably take a little less than a month.
Okay. We're somewhere in between here.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It helped me so much more. You all can fold that up if you'd like or leave it there.
Yeah,
We'll leave it there, just in case.
It helps.
But yes, the first night when stopping for camp, I'll come over to you with squirrel on a stick,
Squirrel on a stick.
and
Thank you.
I'm sorry for how I was acting. I'm trying to be better about all of it, and I know that you mean well, and that the Maker is trying to do right. But what happened the other day was very reminiscent of what happened with Lilith.
Yes, Brok, I know. What happened with Lilith was anger on my part. And prejudices on my part.
Yes,
What happened with Tyr was Tyr has completely forgotten who made him, who communed with him and the other gods, who he served, what he has been told, and then when asked to come back into the fold, he denied it, and then said he was going to kill those of the Maker. What he did was honestly declare a war with somebody he could not win against. And when somebody like that declares war, when your name is basically war, you have to put them down first. So,
I know, I understand, but it just feels so reminiscent of Odin's circle. And if an archangel could do that to a god, what chance do we have if by some mistake we go against the Maker's will? What if someone doesn't convert? Will the Maker just incinerate them since they're not following the path?
no, they will. He will not incinerate those that choose not to follow. But in the end, they will find themselves somewhere that is not to their liking.
It just... There has to be another way. I know what you did to those people in the cage was a type of mercy, but I just have my doubts. What if not immediately, as we just learned, the antidote isn't really an antidote, but just because we don't have it now, what if those people were kept alive in a month, 2 months, a year? Maybe some alchemist, some miracle worker could have concocted some cure from the toxin that Flint has found.
Brok, the problem with what this sickness is doing to people is somehow just siphoning their souls somewhere else. And without a soul, there's no person. There's no thought. There's no purpose. There's no meaning. So we could destroy the plants. We could cure the ailments and the craziness, but they still won't come back.
But they would be alive.
Their bodies would be alive, but their souls would be somewhere else. And unfortunately, Brok, without a soul,
They would all end up like that man on the table.
yes. The only thing it would do for them in a year's time is have a pretty body to bury. And their souls would still be trapped wherever they've been whisked away. Unfortunately, in duty to protect the greater good of the people around us, difficult and challenging things sometimes have to be done. And when you ask about what happened, being reminiscent of the Circle of Odin, remember that the Circle of Odin stole a majority of their religion from the Maker.
And
What
they lost their way.
What they forgot was the grace and compassion that goes along with it. There is times where there is groups of people that refuse to repent, but also refuse to just have decent morals. And no matter how many times you've talked, no matter how many times you try to come to agreements, they always turn to violence. And to protect the larger flock, sometimes, in centuries past, the church has had to go to war to protect the flock from those that only seek to eradicate it. And unfortunately, those were done at times that the Maker willed it. And then for centuries, they would live in peace. Until another group decided that they had found a better way and tried to eradicate the church, and so on, and so on, and so on. And each time the Maker has told them to eliminate the threat, until the last time when he stayed silent and the church willingly let itself be destroyed. Because without his blessing to go to war, they don't. They lay down and they die. Because they know in death is greater than living in the world of the pagans that would kill them.
And I've seen him. I spoke with him. And he was magnificent.
Yes.
He was glorious. I know that there's no way a being such as that would have any ill will. It's just from our little mortal perspective, things just get a little messy.
Yes. And things will get messier, Brok. Because the only way that I can clear a way to bring his glory back to this place is to get rid of those that would oppose it, through either conversion or, unfortunately, eradication. Which is why whenever he made you, he gave you art. He gave you the way to create. He remade your mind to be more intelligent and gave you a new body. But when he remade me, he did not make me to create. He did not keep me in the heavens, but he also sent me to the hells.
Yes.
I've seen what awaits those that never repent, never change their ways, but also never come after the church. It all ends the same. But also, I have lived there. I have seen it. And I can use its powers to eradicate those and send those people there that stand in the way. So as you were made to create and make a demi-creation to glorify the Creator, I was created to destroy those that would tear down his creations. So what I do in this time will shatter and try many people's faiths. Which is what people like you and Aimer do afterwards that will build the true faith. Unfortunately, things have to get messy first. And I am the one that has to do it.
Well, he definitely chose the right one for that job.
As vexing as it is to everybody else, I think you are right.
I'm sorry that burden falls on you. But
It's all right.
from what I've seen of your deeds and actions, I know you can handle it. And Aimer and I will be there to help you along.
Yes. And Brok, if we make it to the Underdark, I just ask that you don't judge me too harshly.
Oh. Come on, big guy. You're gonna have to elaborate on that one. Is there something I should know about?
Brok, where is the Underdark?
It's underground, caverns, deep caverns.
And where are the Hells?
Oh. Are you saying if we go there, you're gonna turn to the dark side?
It will be the overwhelming influence as I am cut off from the light of heaven.
You'll
Also,
spawn more of those out of the ground.
Also, the deeper we get, the more of those that worship Hela we will encounter. The more that they will be accustomed to the demonic and the fiends, and less to those of the lights in the heavens. Which is why I can change my aspect. It's why I can use magics from both. So whenever I go down there, I can appear to things that they understand. For everything is about balance. And even they have a place in the faith. It just has to be done differently than how we come to those up here. So whenever we go down there and we get into fights, or I have to show the glory of what I am, know it will not be what you are used to. And know that it is by the Maker's design in that way.
Yes, you already shocked us once with your friends popping out of the floor. Dropping Tenzin into it was a nice touch.
Yes, yes.
We
No
love
middleman for him.
Nope.
But don't lose faith whenever you see it, Brok. You've only seen glimpses of it, but you have not seen the full power of what the Hells can do, as you have not seen, well, you've seen one full power of what the heavens can do.
Yes.
But you have not seen somebody that you used to know as mortal wield those. Which is different. And we'll leave you with more questions.
I will be honest. There will probably always be doubts. But I saw heaven. You took us there. Bit brash. But that's classic Tyrall. Get the job done.
Yes. You always have to get the job done, no matter what.
And up there, it was so peaceful and serene. So haven't lost faith. It's just there will be doubts.
I understand. And Tyrall will turn away and take a few steps and then stop. And from over his shoulder, he'll just say, and Brok, every mortal has doubts until they reach the end. And then he will keep on going.
So good, I lost where we were. I don't even know where we're at. We're just walking, right?
No, that was setting up camp.
That's what it is.
I still haven't gotten an answer on my unnatural 20.
No, you haven't, and you didn't get anything on your insight check, because that was.
Oh yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, that
No
was.
problem. That's
We'll
what
get
D&D's all about.
Yeah, that was a lot deeper than I was expecting it to be. That was good.
He asked the big questions.
He did. I was great. I'm glad we had that.
And I've got to make up the big answers.
Yep. You that whole time I could have been thinking of an answer for you, but I was too involved. This is why I'm not a good DM, but it is what it is. So you were looking for more ruins, right?
Yep.
And we're yes. Yeah, you get What is right next to it? The place right next to it. The state right next to it.
This one
Yeah.
starts with a Z.
Zenia? Zenia.
Yeah.
Zinnia, I believe. I honestly, my brain can't work right now. But yeah, okay. So it's like right underneath the Z on that one.
So far away.
Yeah, they're not everywhere.
So far
They're
off.
ruins. Ruins are not going to be anywhere.
I know. I was just expecting like maybe this has been a capital for like forever. There'd probably be one close.
I do probably need to come over there and mark those places that you do know though before I forget.
Yeah.
Or-
Well, before I am
Courtney
a
forgets
man.
where they- So there's one. I'm not gonna remember what these black dots are.
I remember.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's one there, and then the other one was like like right here.
It was straight down on the
See if
border.
there's the little thing.
Is it straight down? Are you sure?
It was like probably about
Okay.
there.
Yep.
I heard my own voice and I got really confused. I thought I was having thoughts. That was really weird. Okay. So you know those are the 2 places so far.
Nope, yep, just keeping our audio in check, making sure it's staying sexy. Which it's been.
Yeah, I can imagine it has been. Okay. Yep, so a little bit further away. But yep, we are successfully getting closer to the city. You had what, a 16, 15?
21.
21.
Insight?
That was not at all what I thought. Well, as soon as you ask, or as soon as you say, you can tell as we're going through the towns, Amer is getting increasingly not uneasy, upset, downtrodden by the sight. I mean, it's very, to see more and more towns, just the normal people, having to deal with this with no help. And it's not like he has an answer, but the fact that there is no answer is what bothers him. And you can glean that from just the conversations that you've had before. But he looks increasingly downtrodden by the sights. But
So yep, at the other towns would do my proclamation with an addition. Since our chat, I would have Tyrall come over and be near me, and as I do the proclamation, I will then add on this book, this holy divine book. It may have the answers that you need to protect not only your mind but your soul. The Maker loves you. He loves us all.
Amer, I'm sure because you produce them out of your pocket, like, you know, a magic trick, Amer just takes some and, like, because you can't go up to the people. They usually skitter off. Maybe some of the kids will come up and take one. But
probably most of the time it ends up I just leave it on like a fence post.
You're the one doing talking, and you have to kind of stay in the middle to keep your voice projected. Amer just kind of lays them near people, and just like, bless you. I hope everything works out. You know, just very timidly hands things out to people.
And Tyrall is keeping, or we're in these towns keeping everything about him as down low as the possible. Like, you never see the armor, you never see the hammer,
No
the
wings.
shield, no wings.
Nice.
Just priest robes. That is it. And he says nothing. Because the only thing, if he opens his mouth, the only thing he's going to do is people are just going to be like,
Yep.
judgment!
Yeah, wrath!
Judgment and wrath!
I didn't do anything wrong, but I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Don't
I'm that
smite
single
me.
person who believes in the Maker, but I'm sorry. Yep. You just stand there as a holy beacon.
Yep.
As proof.
But yep, I'll give a little sermon preaches and leave the books, and then the night of the 3rd, 4th town, whatever. set up camp, come over, sit by Aimer. Aimer,
Yes, Brok.
it's okay.
I know it's all going to work out. That's all I can really believe is that it's going to work out. It might not be as pretty as I would like for it to be, but it's going to work out. It's going to be fine.
It's not fair at all.
Oh,
Them being all the way out here with no one to give them explanations, no guards to come to the rescue. But you know what you can do? Remember it. Honor it. If the Maker forbid, if you have to take the throne, like it seems you might be destined to do, use that power, use that authority. Give these people just a minuscule of reinforcement, something to help pass knowledge and protection along, something they can rely on. And if there's one thing I know about you, no matter the circumstance, you are reliable.
isn't it crazy what this renewing of one's mind can do? It's not an adjective I would have used, or anyone else would have used, to describe me at one point. Well, no use dwelling on it right now. Being downtrodden for the ones who are already downtrodden is not conducive. We are the ones that are supposed to have hope for those that are downtrodden at the moment, because they can't seem to find hope for themselves, right?
Exactly.
So, you just fake it till you make it, right?
Oh, you only think you're faking.
You're the bravest person I know.
Over this guy?
Over this guy.
Look, I know if I stand in front of a god, somebody else is going to stop it.
Well,
You don't have that. But you still stand there.
well, I'm the smallest one here. So, you just fake it till you make it.
Is that the city up there?
Yeah, up ahead.
All right.
All right. We
Whack,
know.
whack.
We know.
Oh.
We know the rules. Don't look at her cleavage. Don't look her in the eyes. Keep it in our pants.
And don't get close enough to smell the perfume.
Especially that last one. She's very keen on aphrodisiacs.
Oh, I know what that word means now.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Be very careful. She's very powerful.
Brok, that also means if she offers you oysters, don't eat them.
But it's food.
That is an aphrodisiac.
You have to be very careful, because you also, since you're being seen with me, can't be rude and just follow my lead
Well,
as best you can.
you all can't be rude.
Fair. I suppose I can't stop you from doing anything, really. Nor should I.
I am a happily taken man. I will rebuttal in the ways that I have.
That's fair. Very fair.
And then-
As we're soaring through the sky, like superheroes, or like Batman being flown by Superman,
yeah, pretty much.
just hanging on to our hands.
Whee!
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Bugs hitting us in the face.
Yeah. And instead of like putting you all down outside of the gates where nobody can see, you just right over top of the gates.
Yep, of course. Tyrall. Oh, well, all right. That's fine. What a grand entrance for a duke, huh?
Only the best. Where is the palace? Or the
Well,
mansion or whatever they use up here?
did we want to go straight to see her, or did we want to look around? What were we thinking about doing here?
Well, I flew past the gates. You are a duke.
I suppose she would come straight for me, wouldn't she?
Yes.
Yes, we should see. And he drinks some water. Sorry, a bug flew down my throat. Yes, I think we should see her first. You are a very pronounced person. I mean, we made it into the last city all of 5 minutes before the guards were upon us.
Yeah.
He was very nice, though.
Yes. Aurelius and his guards are.
I
very.
would like to go see him again at some point.
I'm sure he would love to
Unless
see
we
you
still have
now.
to compare your painting to his.
That's fair.
Plus, I made one for him.
Oh.
It was... Don't get too excited. It was prior to my
Oh.
reformation.
Oh. Perhaps you could repaint it.
And give him the ones from before and
Right.
after.
I like it.
I'm still thinking of the. It's so obvious. I just
You know.
that guy.
You also should have went. Well, you did.
So funny. But
Yeah, no. Tyrall will just weep right up to the front of the palace, a mansion.
it's a manor.
It's a manor.
Yeah, so it's just a really large. It's larger than like a big house, right? It's a manor. So
All right, welcome to the Queen Elizabeth's fifth home.
yeah, it's a very big house. It's very similar to the Viscount's. The Viscount also lives in a manor. It's just a very, very large manor. This one is about the. You know how some of the large houses in like East End, Louisville, like that.
Oh, yeah.
Big manors. It's a little bit bigger than that because it's a governor's house.
Yeah.
But it's just on the shy side of a little bit bigger than that.
But not packed in a neighborhood like the ones.
Correct.
No,
yeah.
That, not to, drives me nuts every time I go to jump a car or to pick up a car from one of those houses.
Yeah.
Because I'm the little gate, go in, and then there's these giant manor homes, like 7,800 square feet.
Yeah, they're huge.
And they're in a neighborhood like this.
Yeah.
Like
They have like
you've
this
got-
much room between
yeah,
the houses.
yeah, like their driveways are butted up to each other. Like you can both put your arms out of the windows. And it's like $5 million homes.
Yep. They
And
like
they're
living that close
like
together.
that. And I'm like, slash the house size in half and get some acreage. I don't know. Like,
Yep.
come on, guys. But anyways,
Yeah.
I don't.
To each
I
their own.
digress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes me mad every time. I think about it.
It's pretty rough. Yep. It's gonna get even worse when Meta comes to Jeff.
Ooh,
Because we don't
that's
have any
right.
place like that around here to live. I mean, there's no, so they're all gonna have to move to East End Louisville. I don't know. So, but anyway,
Oh, and he'll just right up to the front doors.
well, it's exactly as I remember it. As Brok said, don't look at the cleavage. Don't look in her eyes. Just keep your eyes closed, really, or just look up.
Isn't that where she's at? Is up.
No, she's rather short.
Okay.
Not as short as me, but short. Way shorter than you. Probably around your height. A little bit shorter.
Brok, you look up. Amber, you look down.
Oh, I'm not going to be affected by it. I've seen her plenty of times.
All right. Would you like me to knock, or are you going to knock?
Also, she doesn't like me, so he just knocks on the door. She's not going to try to seduce me. She might try to poison me, but she's not going to seduce me.
Oh, great. Now we
Oh.
have to worry about seduction and poison.
Have that purify spell handy.
Yes. I always have it handy.
Anyway, and it's a good 10 minutes that we're just like, wait. These governors are never in a rush, and their people are never in a rush. That somebody comes and opens the door, and it's a Yeah, it's a high elven man in very nice clothes, very butlery, with a bow tie and everything, tailcoat. He's got nice short cropped hair, very nicely styled. What is happening over there?
They've got 4 little dogs,
Oh my
Yeah, they got these
goodness!
little guys.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness!
and they make some noises.
Yeah, it sounded like
The
one of them
little
were
ones
getting
always
eaten.
do.
It sounded like.
Well, there's one smaller than all the other ones, so he always gets like jostled around and wanting to be the first one out to
It's
bark.
like Aimer.
Yeah.
But he standing real straight. Looks like he definitely wasn't expecting guests. Can I help you?
And Tyrall will put his hand towards Aimer. Duke Aimer.
And he looks very displeased. I was not expecting to see the Duke here. Are we looking for an audience with the governess?
Are we looking for an audience with the governess? Or are we just here to say, hi, we're in your town, and then leave?
It's up to you. What do you think? What would you all like to do? Would you like to have an audience with the boob lady herself, or would you like to... I say that. I there is no... Her cleavage is, well, kind of out. But she's not like Lady Dimitrescu coming out here. Dimitrescu coming out here, trying to seduce everyone. Only
Yes,
kind of.
I think we should see an audience with her. We might be able to get some info on how the flowers are affecting up here, if she knows of an entrance to the Underdark.
I am not so sure that she will like to speak with you, but I will ask. And he seemed so friendly at first, but as soon as he saw that you were with Aimer, he was like,
Oh.
gross. So he does at least still keep manners and allows you all inside, closes the door behind you, and he can tell you all have been traveling. And he, like, kind of crinkles up his nose. You wish to see my governess with, this state?
We've come a long way.
Clearly.
Is there
I
anywhere
can-
that we could freshen up?
Tell. I suppose if you wish to speak with the governess, you need to freshen up. There should be bathrooms that way.
Wee.
Yeah, he just gestures and waits for you all to go clean up. He does not show you any further welcome. And Aimer's just like, thank you. And goes, and there is, through a couple of doors, a bathroom. There's only one, though. So, and I don't know what he expects us to do with our clothes. Aimer has prestidigitation, so I guess that might help. Prestidigitation doesn't say anything about smells, though, so...
No, it just says it cleans.
Yep,
Good thing Tyrall doesn't smell.
Yeah.
that's
But,
true. You were unaffected, however,
I look fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always perfect and glorious.
You were a constant prestidigitation.
In this bathroom, is there like soap or a shampoo like
Yeah.
thing?
There's soap and shampoo, and
And-
there's toiletries
Yes, so
of the wide variety.
uh
And it's not a huge bathroom, but it's big enough for you and I to step in and
So-
at least get a rag wet.
so yeah, we'll go in there. Brok will say, why don't you tend to our clothes first? And I'll go first with the bath. And then
Sure.
he just strips right there, hands you, he steps into the little basin
Yeah.
and just is taking the water and is like,
And Aimer looks at the clothes. Ugh. It was all very, ugh. And so he prestidigitations your clothes, so they're all clean and are nice for whenever you're ready.
let's, can you do that to the green-blue shirt that's in my backpack? probably would be best not to see her with a shirt that I have
That's
torn up
ripped.
to
Yes,
use
yes,
for
yes.
bandage.
That's fair. And I'm sure the backpack is out there with Tyrall, so he just like opens the door, peeks out, a moment, grabs the bag, shuts it, pulls out the shirt. It's fine. It's just a little damp still from our travel, so he just dries it off. Prestidigitation. It is perfect for you. He folds up the other one, puts it in your bag, sets the bag by the door, and waits for you to finish, so you all can swap.
And then, yep, finish up, clothes up.
And I'm sure throughout the travel, you've probably stopped once to at least bathe, because he's had to show you how to wash hair. You have no idea.
Yeah.
Honestly, probably right now he would have to wash your hair too, because it would only be like the second time you've ever washed hair.
Hair, yeah.
So I'm sure you're doing it, and you're like my husband when I watch him wash his hair. And I'm like, what are you doing? It's not even wet. What are you doing? It drives me crazy to watch Nick wash his hair.
Interesting technique.
It's dry back here, bro. It's dry. And I'm like, what are you doing?
There's no suds, there's no lather.
Now I know he has thick hair, but oh my gosh. Wet it down, dog, at least.
You gotta wet it down.
Jeez, anyway. So I'm sure Amer sees you washing your hair, and it just ain't right. It's just not right. And he's like, oh, well.
Am I doing it wrong? Sorry.
Yeah, no, you don't have to apologize. You're not really used to having hair, let alone a physical, non-scaly form. Crouch down. I'll do it. Yeah, you have to sit down, basically. But he washes your hair and takes care of that, so it is all pristine. Can't nobody take care of your hair better than Amer can.
That is the truth.
It's the truth.
Amer would have a bag of holding of nothing but hair products.
Uh-huh.
The
He
maker
really
made this
would.
mane. But this guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
This guy maintains the
He's
Yeah.
the real lord of the hair.
He is. He's got beautiful hair. And he does. He maintains it well. But once you're done, then he gets in, washes up. It probably, I mean, you both take a pretty quick shower
Sink
bath.
shower.
Yeah, sink shower, basin shower, so that you all can get it in and out real fast. And then once he's finished, he's very displeased that he can't clean his tail as long as he'd like, because he takes a long time to bathe correctly.
Yep.
But he's trying to like brush it out, and there's like nicks in it, and he's like, "Ugh, I really wish I didn't have to do this so fast. Ugh. Right. Good enough, I suppose. For who it's for, anyway. Alright, let's go. He opens the door, you all leave, and Tyrell, you're still just
right there
chilling
waiting
out
on
there.
you.
It would probably take upwards of 30 minutes. I mean, Amer is in and out real fast. He doesn't want to stay here any longer than he has to. So, once you all are finished, you all go back out to the main area. And dressed the best you can, as best we can. You're in pristine priestly garb. I hate that. And once we come out, the butler is still down there. He has not given you his name. And he's like, the governess is waiting for you upstairs. If you'd like to follow me.
Follow him in.
Yep. He takes you upstairs and up to like the right and down, not a super long hallway, but decently enough, down to a room. And he knocks on the door. That's not what I wanted. I need you to change for me. Thank you. And you hear a nice, gentle, I say gentle, very feminine voice. That was some strong wind.
There's supposed to be some storms moving here in the next little bit.
Oh. What do you mean by little bit? Do you mean like hour? And when you say storms, do you mean that? This is very important for Courtney to know. I thought they weren't supposed to be until tomorrow. I thought I checked that very well.
I just remember seeing things about high winds for tonight.
High winds for tonight, start rain, at 8. Rain will fizzle out
Okay.
at 10 and come back from 11.
Because Courtney's very
All day
kept up on the storms.
tomorrow.
I don't like them. So we're good for now. That's all I needed to know.
We're good for now.
Cool. But you hear a very... It's not soft. It's not gentle. It's very feminine. But with an edge of dominance to it. Very... you know what to expect by her voice, really. And so... you can just hear it. You don't really can't really tell what she says. But he opens the door. He doesn't go in. He just allows you all to go in. And Amor elects to go first, because if he can mitigate her attitude before you all get in there, maybe you all won't fall any kind of prey to the woman. And you walk in and you notice that this is her bedroom.
Oh.
This is her bedroom. But when you walk in, it's definitely a bedroom, but also a throne room.
I don't like where this is going.
She definitely has, like, it's a huge room. Like, it's very, very large. Easily, like, oh my goodness. I want to say easily. I'm very bad with square footage and stuff, but I want to say easily, like, 150 by 200 square foot. Like, it's huge. It's, like, probably one of the biggest rooms in this manor. And it's definitely her bed, and it's very, like, finely crafted and everything, but it's also definitely her throne room. And there's a very nice throne in the back-ish area. It's set up where it doesn't feel super weird that it's her room, but it's definitely her room.
Sir, I don't mean to discredit you. Did you take us to the right room?
And you just hear, darling, you're in the perfectly right room. Come closer so I can see you better.
Brok, eyes up, don't smell it.
Right. Squinting. And Amor's like, but he goes first, closer. As you're approaching, she's like, ugh, you. He's like, oh, trust me. Not very happy to see you either. This is the snottiest you've seen him, too.
To anybody in authority.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But he still does bow, but you can tell it's definitely more of like a, I'm doing this because it irritates you, not because I'm trying to be polite. But you all, are you looking at her?
Yes.
Okay. Brok said, absolutely. She is gorgeous. She's so pretty. She is a high moon elf, so she's a similar green color to Meldarian, but a little bit lighter. So she's a little bit a little bit darker, sorry. A little bit darker green skin, where his is very mint green. Hers is probably just a little bit darker. And she has fully white scleras. There is no pupils or anything. It is just white eyes. And she has beautiful, long, white hair.
It's just the Hyuga clan in elf form.
What?
From Naruto.
Oh, I know so little about Naruto. I said green. Sorry, I meant blue. My bad. Blue. She's blue skin, and it kind of tapers off into like a white by her fingertips. Kind of like how Amor has the blend. It's the same with her, but with white.
Okay.
And she has long white hair. The white eyes. She has white eyelashes. Everything is very, very pale features. And she has a very beautiful dress on. It's not like her boobs are out. They're just very pushed up and pronounced. Yes. It's a very beautiful dress. And it has a very obvious slit right up to like her hip, and she has that leg crossed over so you can see the whole leg. She is very opulent, dramatic, and showy.
This is the exact opposite of Delilah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exact opposite. This is what you call a hoe.
This is Meldarian's perfect woman.
Oh, yeah.
He has probably seen her before. That's all I can only imagine.
She went on a pilgrimage for him.
Probably.
They met halfway.
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
They've probably heard about one another and was like, you like to show skin? So do I.
I would like to see this blue sapphire across the sea.
Yes. That sounds like exactly something he would say.
Yes.
But she has in one hand a scepter that has wow, sapphire, as you just said it, jewel in the center. It's very ornate and beautiful, and she's sitting in her throne leisurely. I'm really bad at figuring out these adjectives. I don't want to say just a word. Languidly, she's showing everything off. She's
laying there, or she's sitting there seductively.
Thank you. Seductively, I guess you could say. Not that she's purposefully trying to seduce anybody.
Yeah. Nonchalantly seductive.
Right. It's just her nature.
It's a Bond girl.
Exactly.
She's a Bond girl.
Yeah. She just is. And when you all get closer, she detests Aimer. And he's like, your whorishness? And she's like, drug dog? And he's like, we're here to let you know that we're here, for one, and for two, I'm sure you probably know, or maybe you don't, with your whoring and stuff, know about some of the plants that are killing people. Unless that's too below you, then of course you may not care. But we were trying to look into it, and she's not listening to this guy. She's not listening to him. And as you all get closer, you can tell when he said that she prefers aphrodisiac smells, she do. This place smells so sweet. And the kind of sweet that would smell different to you and would smell different to you. Just depending on what kind of smell is enticing to you specifically. But you all would think it was the same smell because it's a smell. How can you change it? And yeah, she's at first but then she sees you all approach and she's like, oh. Is still completely ignoring Aimer. He knows she is, but he's still talking. And she starts to get up, and it's up on a few, 2 or 3 steps. She starts to step down, and she's standing in front of Aimer because he's in between you two.
Yes.
How close are you to Aimer? Are you, behind him, beside him, directly beside?
Probably just directly
flanking.
beside.
Flanking. Okay. And she looks between you. So, and she just interrupts Aimer. You've brought friends, did you? And he's like, no, not friends, as she continues to change her eye line between the two of you. You don't see them. How about you close your eyes? Or whatever you see with your weird, non-pupil having freak vision.
Since she's so close, what am I looking for? Can I roll an insight check to see if anything's off, insight or a magic check?
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Which one?
That'd be an Arcana check. What exactly are you trying to look for?
Well,
trying to
look for 2 different things.
Okay.
Which the first one is there anything weird about her going on magically?
You mean is she casting a spell? Is somebody casting a spell on her?
Yeah. Then the second thing is there anything cast on this room?
Okay, so the first one, she is magical in a sense. What it is, you can't really tell, mostly because it seems to be lingering magic. I mean, obviously, since some of the gods are a little weird right now. But you can tell that she's casting or has casted at some point, at least recently, a spell. And you can tell that where she casted it was on this room.
Mm-hmm.
Weighing some pros and cons right now.
Okay.
We'll wait.
And what does this thing? And she is about. She's taller than Amer. She's probably just a little bit shorter than you. So you said you're like 5'8", 5'9". She's probably 5'6", 5'7".
Yeah.
But she looks like she's all leg. Like she has well adapted her dresses to make her look more alluring. And the scepter is high enough that she can like lean on it or whatever. It's basically like a staff. And Amer is still like, nope, don't look at them, like trying to get her eyes away from you all. And she's like, so tell me, what does two very handsome men have to do with this thing? You're obviously not normal. And you're just interesting looking. He's like, no, they're not. They're not. No, leave them alone.
Thank you, Your Grace.
Tyrall just stares at her. Like,
And
eye to eye.
manners. Yeah. And mannerly.
But we are investigating the strange flowers that have been popping up.
And as you're talking, she's listening. Is she taking it all in? Probably not. But she's just starting to circle you. Just looking you up and down. Not threateningly.
Yeah.
just
as she
admiringly.
Like, is walking around, he's like, okay, I'll just keep talking forwards. And, yes, my village was ravaged by it, the people driven mad, and we fear it might spread to your lands as well, making your people unable to see the beauty that you are.
And your sweet compliments. They're obviously trying to distract me, but that's very sweet of you. I still like playing games. She gets closer when she circles, and Amer's like he's watching her, and he's like, I could just in the background.
Brok does these little like hand motions to you, like easy, it's okay.
But I know that the people are sick, but I can only do so much, and you can only expect me to do so much, right?
Of course, you are not responsible for the whole of Indigo North.
Roll a Constitution saving throw for me, because she's looking you right in the eyes.
Constitution, you say?
I do say.
12.
Oh, let's just make sure. Just to see. Ooh. Yeah, no, you're starting to... It's lingering, but you can, like, it's kind of fleeting, but you can feel this sense of, oh yeah, she can only do so much. She's just one woman. I shouldn't expect so much out of her. Goodness, I mean...
Oh, she's so precious.
Yeah, like, I can only do so much. Jeez, why am I being so harsh? Maybe Amer just needs to chill out.
Yes, your Grace. I mean, you are just one person.
Amer's like...
We are wondering, though, we have reason to believe it's coming from the Underdark, as many unbeautiful things come from there. Would you know of an entrance nearby?
To the Underdark? No, I don't think so. And she gets a little closer to you, and she can pretty much look you right in the eyes. She would have to look up at you, tall man. No, I don't. But Maybe if you guys stay a little longer, we could figure one out. I might be able to find one. She bats her little lashes at you.
We could stay longer.
And I'm sure that at some point we could find some way of communicating, right? Even if, and she looks over at Amer, who's like mildly hissing. His ears are back and his tail is getting bigger. Some of your friends don't seem to like me very much. Unfoundedly. And he's like, just like hissing at her. And she's like, if you're here, she's like,
Yes.
starting to encroach.
We are melding.
Yeah, assimilating.
Can I roll a insight check on Brok?
Yes.
21.
Brok?
You would be able to see that he is getting infatuated with her.
He's increasingly finding her like, well, pretty lady does say she can only do so much. She really can only do so much.
Yes, finding her
Yeah.
kind of more alluring.
Hard to ignore her
but,
sweet talk.
But you can pick up on that there's resistance in the tone of his voice.
He's still not completely gone.
Yeah. In the back of Tyrall's mind, he'll like, Adonis, ping Adonis, ping Adonis.
Ting, ding, 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 ding.
Hello?
He'll ask him. He'll ask him to see if he can get any information on what she was like put on this earth for. Like, what was she supposed to be? And then after he said that, he will walk up and like, if Brok's here and she's here getting closer, Tyrall comes up right here.
Like sideways?
Yeah, so like they're
because
facing each
you
other.
couldn't fit the STE version of that Bible between them.
No, like if they're facing each other, he comes up and stands right on their side, just like
Got room for a third.
right there.
He's definitely third wheel.
Yep, and he comes right up to him and just stares down.
And the overwhelming presence, she's like really focused on getting Brok sold. And you're standing there and she's just looks up and over at you. Jealousy runs strong in elves, clearly. Did you want my attention as well?
1, I am not an elf anymore. 2, I just needed to be close enough for this. And as he says this, his eyes flash, and then the anti-magic field goes up.
Oh.
10-foot radius from me. Anything that is a spell or a magical object inside that sphere becomes mundane and all spells stop working and cannot be
Dang.
cast.
That's tough.
Oh, snap.
Oh, she's gonna be so unhappy. Yeah, the sweet smell for you, Brok, automatically is like gone. It's not sour or anything.
But yeah,
it still
just-
smells good, but it's not
It doesn't
the
have
aphrodisiac
that- yeah.
alluring scent. And she doesn't change at all. She's still just as pretty as before. It's just not as enhanced. You're not
Yeah.
as drawn to her as you once were.
You'll like pretty much moments after you cast it, you would see like Brok blink a couple times and he'd be like, oh, and he would step back a little bit like, why is she so close to me?
Hey, oh.
when did this happen?
And she's like, ugh! Why do you always have to bring people that ruin my fun, Ama? He's like, don't be a whore. Don't know what to tell you. Maybe find your fun elsewhere. And also the big, tall, smart one, he was going to call you stupid, smart one likes to ruin everybody's fun. Brought him on purpose. She just, like a kid throwing a tantrum, just kind of like stomps her foot and her staff and then steps back up to her throne, sits down. What
Oh.
do you want?
How far away is the throne?
10 feet, 10 feet from...
Oh, he follows right.
It's like 3
behind her.
steps up, so it's like
Yeah.
couple of steps and then 3 or 4 steps up to
Yeah.
a throne.
And as she descends up the stairs, Tyrall is right behind her. He's not letting her get outside of the sphere.
That's fair.
Yep.
What do you want? If you're going to ruin my fun, there's no point in you being here.
No, but there is a point of us being here. And I'm just waiting for Adonis to hopefully tell me something.
About what she was supposed to be?
Yeah, instead
Man,
of
being a DM.
this whore.
Dang. Okay, and then so did you roll for that? I can't remember what you got for that.
No, you didn't have me roll for that.
Roll for that.
What do you want me to add to it?
Religion.
What is my religion, O Tyrall?
Oh, Saint Tyrall.
+8. For a natural 20.
Of course. You...
Nice.
Of course.
Let me guess, it doesn't matter.
No, it does. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, no.
But for this exact moment, just to,
But
I don't know,
that's
set
how it
somebody in their
always
place.
works.
Just enough. And you know her name. Her name is Isolde. Isolde.
Ooh.
Isolde. And her last name is Dove. Dove. Since she's a high elf, she's easily 2,000 years old, something-ish, around there. She's young for a governess, and young for a high elf, but she is obviously 2,000 years old, which is still older than all of us. Well, not you, you immortal creature. She's older than what you were.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But so she's older, but still very young for a high elf. And you learn that she was, or is supposed to be, would have been a priestess, like a nun, but I say a nun. It's more of like what the ladies of the sisterhood for Warhammer, those kind of nun priestesses. I forgot what they're
Oh.
called.
Um,
It starts with a S, right? Like I know I'm not crazy. If Nick is watching, he knows.
I don't know this lore. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
the Sisters of Battle.
Yeah, it's like that. But she was supposed to be a very powerful priestess of the Maker if all had gone according to plan, really. But then you learn that from Adonis that something interfered. And you don't exactly know what that is. Oh, well, I guess if you got a nat 20, though. Yeah, you would know, because Adonis would get the information from the Maker. It wasn't pretty what stopped her. So her father was very ill. He got sick randomly. Nobody really knows why. Well, nobody else knows why. He contracted a terminal illness. Sort of like cancer, but obviously not exactly like cancer, like leukemia, that sort of thing. Something just
Yes,
unfortunately
fatal.
happened, and he died earlier than he should have, which means she had to take the throne earlier than she should have had to. And her mother had passed away in childbirth, so it was just her. And so she had to take over when she was very young. And she had no idea what she was doing. And along came a very nice and helpful man by the name of Arthur Wilhelm. And he promised to help her under the guise of beneficial mutual arrangements.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm sure you can understand as a mammal. He's a man, bipedal fox man. What that would mean for a young, very easily, swayed and manipulated young woman who's very beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And so what she had to do was do anything he said, and he would help her out. As wonderful of a man he is.
Yep.
And so she did that, and it just wrecked her personally, having to, do that.
And so, as Tyrall gets up to the last step, and she says whatever she said, which is I don't remember what it was.
She asked Aber why he always has to bring people that ruin her fun.
And Tyrall will kind of bend down to get kind of like an eye level. And he'll just go, a solid dove. This was not what you were meant for, was it?
I don't know what you're
who was
talking
to
about.
be a priestess of the Maker.
Okay. And she looks like she's like, what is this guy talking about? You're pretty, but you're in my face. And I don't know what you're talking about.
You who your mother died giving birth to you, when your father contracted an illness that made him die too soon.
So you got information on my family.
When Arthur Wilhelm came to make a beneficial arrangement.
And Amer's ears go, whoop, and he like peeks around you. I mean, you two are not on the steps, so he's like, what? All right.
You who were supposed to be so much more, but corrupted in your youth by somebody who never wanted to help you. This is your second chance to be what you were supposed to.
Does not look like she's taking what you're saying very well. She looks very uncomfortable and very upset that you're mentioning this. Who told you that even happened? How do I know you're not just making things up?
The ones who tell me this information is the Maker himself. And as he says that, he will glow, the armor will come on, and the wings will come out.
So you can do a little magic. So can I.
My dear, would you prefer to ask him yourself?
And Amer's like, I don't know if that's so. We don't need to start plane shifting again, Tyrall. What's going on? Why are we... You can't be the only one to have these discussions.
This lady was never supposed to be a governess.
Well, it was in my air to do so.
No, but you had planned to give it up to become a priestess of the Maker.
I don't remember that. You're making a lot of assumptions, and you don't even know me.
Assumptions or things that you have buried over 2,000 years. Or things that were erased and pushed back to your subconscious by somebody being helpful.
Who told you about Arthur?
Tyrall will gently bring the hammer in between them.
And Amer's like, Arthur doing what? Who? When? Why? What's going on?
Amer, let him speak.
Fine.
Just reach out and touch the relic, and your answers will be known to you.
And she looks steeled, like she's gotten to the point where she won't let anything affect her anymore. But you can tell since you're so close, she's terrified. Like in her eyes, she's terrified. The last time I trusted a man, under the guise of helping me, it wasn't helping me.
But I am not just a man.
Neither was he.
No, he is just a man.
Not when you speak to him, he's not.
No, but if you still have any glimmer of faith in the Maker who you once so vehemently wanted to serve. Know that I am your second chance, and this is your chance to learn what you were meant for. All you have to do is place one finger on the hammer, and the one that gave me the knowledge will relay it to you.
Fine. She'll reach out and she'll touch the. Is the hammer upright?
Yeah, to be less threatening,
It's face down.
the handle is up.
Okay, and she'll just place it right on the pommel. Oh.
Yeah, we're going to the place with Adonis.
Oh. Can you imagine being thrust into a dark void with a lizard, giant lizard?
I can't.
Komodo
actually.
dragon? I guess, yeah, you can. But yeah, you all come to, and she's standing next to you, and she's not in her normal dressing. She's in more of a modest, like, white dress that comes down to the wrists and stuff. Very similar to what your priest outfit, but it's just very, like, high neck, very simple down to the ankles, and she's real confused. What am I doing here, and where did you take me?
This is the realm inside of the Vimus weapons.
The what?
The weapons that me and my companions carry, that were forged by the angels on this planet, by the direction of the Maker himself for the champions.
Fancy.
And this is the spirit that resides in mine. And I'll motion over for Adonis to, come out from around me.
Yep, and as hints the Komodo dragon, and she's like, what is that thing?
This is Adonis. A martyred spirit from centuries ago, whenever the circle of Odin destroyed all of the monasteries and churches of the Maker.
This is absolutely ridiculous. You have got to have given me some kind of drug or something. This is not real. And, like, before you can say anything, Adonis starts speaking, but of course his mouth doesn't move or anything. It's just a presence, and she startles. He's like, do not be afraid. Your companion is correct. Tyrall is from the Maker, and so am I. What he has told you, I told him. She's like, but why? And what does it do anything for me for you all to know?
It is not for us to know, to hurt you or for anything else, but to offer you a second chance to be what you were made to be. To have the life that you dreamed of as a little girl. To have the life that you were made for. And to be cleansed of all of this that has happened to you since.
Just take me out of here, please. I believe you. Just take me out.
And Tyrall will offer her his hand.
She'll take it. She wants out of here.
Yep.
Whatever the man does, she just wants out of here. Imagine being in a dark void with a lizard who telepathically speaks to you. I'd want out fast, too.
And we will start to leave. But where we end up is not in her throne room.
Oh?
Oh.
We end up before the doorway into the Maker's throne. Because I will transport her to the heavens.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Plane shifting, just as Amer said not to.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Yep.
Where are we?
This is the realm of the Maker.
Why are you doing this to me?
Because if you choose to become a priestess again, you need to know what glories await for you and any that become in your flock.
She looks increasingly more like she's breaking down. Like, not necessarily in a bad way, but it's all kind of weighing on her. Like, you've already spoken of the thing that she's not told anybody, revealed all these things, and just coming to face it all is starting to weigh on her.
And we're there for maybe enough time for me to say that. And he will look down at her again. I can see that the reality of this chance is settling down on you. And I will not make you bear any more of it. And they will back into the throne room.
Yeah, she just kind of like throws herself back into her seat as you all come back. And you all are technically there. You're physically there. You're not spiritually there. And so we see them, and Amer's like pulls out his pocket watch, looks at it. I suppose he plane shifted them then?
Of course he did. He's Tyrall.
Of course he did.
If there is a wall to get to the truth of her soul, he will smash it down. And that is why we are here, to help pick up the pieces.
Brok, you are ever the poetic one.
I've learned from the best.
Right. I suppose we should be there when she inevitably comes back, crashing down back into her throne. And he starts walking up the steps. Not all the way, probably like standing up at the third step, not to crowd her when she comes back.
Yes,
Because depending on how she comes back.
Brok
I can only
will do
imagine
the
what these
same.
guards in this place are thinking right now.
Yeah, because there's nobody in her throne room, and they're probably just standing outside or something. Like, just you all. She knows when men are coming. Doesn't want anybody there. Sometimes. But as you all come back, she throws herself back in her seat to gather her bearings. It all just kind of floods out of her, and she starts crying, like kind of doubled over, and she's crying. And Amer's like, "Oh, I think your pot is over."
It is. And he will just reach into his pocket and hand you one of the good books.
The STE, and he's
The
like,
STE.
The STE.
But it's not the normal one that people get.
Oh.
This is like the only other time you've seen him pull this out is whenever he pulls out his personal one
"Ooh."
or the one that he left at Delilah's. And it is way bigger, way nicer, way fancier.
It definitely has a magical property to it.
Yes. And then he will turn around. He goes back to his normal priest robes. And he goes and waits by the door.
And so Amer just kind of tentatively steps up and around on one side-ish so that you can obviously come up whenever you're comfortable.
Brok kneels in front of her, kind of drapes himself over her with like a frontal
Yeah.
comfort hug.
Yeah.
Um,
And she's crying, and Amer he doesn't really touch her or anything. He's just like, "I don't exactly know why my father was mentioned. I can only assume, as his worst victim, I can tell you that he is capable of very brutal assaults on people. I'm sorry for whatever he might have done to you. I can only assume it was horrific." So, and Amer can hear it because of his ears, but you wouldn't be able to hear it since you walked away. You can hear, as she's crying, because you're holding her, that he basically, I say blackmailed. It's not really blackmailed. He manipulated her and said, "I'll help you," and used her for physical means to help her and gain her trust or
obedience.
Yeah, pretty much. And she said that she's indebted to him. Like, he has paid out of his own pocket to help her financially with her kingdom because she didn't know how to do it. Basically, he took her funds,
Yeah.
kept them, and gave it to her as basically he's been running her kingdom, but with her as the head.
Yeah, she's been the figurehead.
Right. And he's
And-
been doling out the money when he thinks she needs it. And then if she doesn't comply,
Then
she
he
doesn't,
Withholds. Yeah.
do her physical duties, then he withholds it from her. And then if she really chooses to go against him, because she tells you, I'm part of the coup, I can't get out, he won't let me. And if I try, my people are the ones who suffer. And he said that he would kill me if I told anyone. I can't let my father's hard work die in vain just because I don't want to do what I have to do. And Amor is so shot over that. He's broken over that.
I'm sorry for what you've had to go through. But just know that there is still good in the world. There's a light up above looking down on us, trying to show us the right path, illuminating the way. And I'll kind of pat the book that you're holding.
And Amor just kind of, because she's still doubled over, so he can't give it to her just yet. So he's
Yeah.
like, just hold it. And something important to know that I have had a hard time reconciling for myself as someone who has known of the Maker as long as you probably have. And he's standing next to her, just kind of looking down at her. He's like not touching her or anything. They've had a very strained relationship, so he's not just like, friend.
Yes.
Is that sometimes he allows you to go through the most excruciating pain because you're the one that can handle it. That doesn't help all the time, but that just means that you can help others who have felt the same pain. It's not in vain, it's for a reason. He doesn't like to just see you go through vicious acts of pain. The Maker does it for a reason. And you may not understand it now. I didn't at the time. But it's because you're stronger than you believe you are. And he will use that for a greater purpose. So, seems my father is very good at making warriors for the Maker. So. And she just sits up a little bit, and you can tell that none of her face that's beautiful is makeup. She's just beautiful. She, wipes her eyes. She tries to sit up a little bit, tries to gain some composure of herself after breaking down. And Amor just kind of awkwardly hands... This is the least charismatic he's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
And he just kind of awkwardly slides her the book.
That's it. Take a deep breath.
She takes it
In,
from him.
Out.
So what am I supposed to do then? Are you going to protect me? And she's still kind of snotty.
I'm going to ask Adonis if there is any Vimus weapons around that are not ours.
Mm-mm.
No.
Nope.
We are not in a position to protect you. The only advice I can give is play the role, play the part, just a little bit longer. We know about the coup. We have people working on it. I don't know when or how, but we will be confronting Arthur and him and his cohorts who are justly villainous will be taken down.
And all I have to go off of is your word. Namer's like, pretty much. But it's not like you haven't put your faith in other people before. And at least this time, we're not talking about a mutually beneficial arrangement. Just trust me long enough to make it right for you. And he's not looking at her, but he's like wringing his hands, and you both, I guess, are you looking at them? You looking at the door?
No, I'm looking at everything going on up there with them.
You specifically would see it in a different light because of the religious aspect behind it. But you would notice it just from knowing Amer. He's taken on that role already. It's like fulfilled prophecy, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it on the religious standpoint. He just looks different. He looks powerful and in charge, as he says it. I mean, he's awkward and different, but not because he's uncomfortable. It's just because he's not used to acting this way, and so it's just a little different.
Mm-hmm.
And she shrugs. I suppose I don't have any other course of action. But the things your friend showed me, and she looks way off at you, are real. And so I will choose to trust you. So that's all I can do. So I will continue to play my part and wait for you to redeem me, as you so say.
Can you aid us with this coup? Any information you might know can help us bring it to light and to an end quicker.
Arthur never really spoke of anything with me. I was there for physical means, not conversational ones. I've never been to a meeting, and I don't know anything else going on. I am simply here, in my prison. But if I can figure anything out, I will try to help. I will survive. I have this long, and at least I have some form of hope.
You are stronger than you realize.
Thank you. Don't let me have put my hope in a vain cause.
Tyrall will walk back up to stand in front of her, and he will just look down. When you are ready to take up your role as priestess, call for me, and we will perform the proper rites for you to take your place in this territory to lead them. But in between now and then, you should probably go on a pilgrimage to Windsor.
I can't leave. He watches me.
No, but when this is all over,
All right.
there is someone there that you should see and converse with that knows more than I.
All right. And she sits there for a minute, looks at this thick book that you gave her, and then she still has tears, but she's not weeping like she was. And she just kind of runs her hand over the book. I'm terrified. And Amer just kind of looks at her from the side, Everyone who is worthy has been terrified at one point and continues to be terrified. But you fake it till you make it. So.
Now, Your Grace, chin up, smile on, and throw us out of here.
I am very good at that. And Amer walks down, gets to the very end step, stands with a very regal back, standing tall, turns around, gets down on his knee, and bows very deeply to her. Lady Isolde, whenever you'd like to throw us out, you may do so.
Brok he's kind of had her by the hand. He'll help her to her feet and then step down. I can shout if you want me to. Help get the theatrics going.
If you are any friend of Amer's, I suppose you would be very good at the theatrics.
Put a hole in the wall to make it
Let's
more
not.
believable.
It's always damaging property with you.
Well, no holes in the wall, I think, but shouting might do. So.
Well, fine. If you're not going to assist us, we'll have to do it ourselves, you wretch.
Amer stands up. Ever the dramatics, right? You whore. And then he just bows and does the Amer bow we all know. And then turns around and storms out to the door, swings it open. What a ridiculous woman, am I right? As he walks out.
Brok following.
And she's
behind.
shouting obscenities at you as you leave.
Tyrall's the last one to the door, and he turns around and looks at her. He just...
And you hear the quietest, because you'll be able to hear it just because God says so, because the DM says so. She's like, thank you.
He just closes the door.
And the butler is like running up the stairs with some guards because they hear the shouting, and he's like, don't! Just get out of my way! Just get out of my way, I don't want to be here anymore. Just act like I was never here. How about that? And he just shoves past the elf, and he's like, so nasty.
Oh, whenever he gets nasty, just get right up in his face. Everything glowing.
And he's a very tall man. He's 6'3". He's pretty tall. But you are 7 foot and large. He's just a lanky guy. He's just a lanky elf, and you're a very large man.
Mm-hmm.
And so he just kind of, like, he gets angry and turns around and sees that you're there and just kind of, like, cowers.
Yep.
I'll be muttering something like, I'm so sorry, my lord.
Yeah, to Amer. And Amer's just rolling right along with it. Just like, it's ridiculous. I can't ever work with these women. They're nasty, no good. And
So emotional they
so
are.
very emotional.
I believe they call that hormones.
Well, whatever it is. But yeah, we'll just storm on out.
Slam open the front door. Ah!
Yep.
Get outside, take a deep breath.
Well, that went increasingly different than I was expecting it to go.
No, but none of us got hurt.
No, I was certainly not expecting it to go that way.
Although she tried to charm Brok.
Well, yeah, I was expecting that part. I'm talking about the latter. I was not expecting all of that. And he's definitely
Yeah.
a different person than when he was standing there talking to her. He is Amer again.
Yeah, and now that we're on the outside,
And we're walking out.
kind of just ourselves, you can see there's just a couple tears are coming down Brok's face.
What's the matter, buddy?
Tyrall, thank you.
I only do what I know I'm supposed to do. And before you ask, no, I did not bring us here for that.
Well,
I
no.
did not know until we were in there.
Oh, I don't give a shit. That was beautiful. That is what I needed to see. That the Maker is just as merciful as I thought he was.
It's like I said, Brok. For those willing to repent or to not to be violent against others, there is always mercy. And today, you both got to see what that looks like.
Well, I have a first-hand experience.
Yes, but first-hand experiences and then seeing it happen to somebody that you, well, despise
We have never gotten along.
is something quite different.
Yeah. Well, it was oddly refreshing to see somebody I knew was suffering to get the hope they needed. It's not, again, something I expected. So, that was nice. In a world of darkness that we're seeing right now, all of the traveling we've done through all these towns that have been absolutely desolate, it was nice to be able to see somebody have some glimmer of hope, especially someone in power.
Yes. That leaves us to our current issue, which is how in the world do we get under it?
It's a good question. Do you think that when we meet up with Flint, he might know?
He said weeks.
Oh, daggone it.
If someone did know a way, it would be Flint. He's
Would be.
been everywhere.
He has
Oh, here,
been quite
hang
a
on.
few many places. Oh, what? Xavier,
Whoa.
what are you doing over there? What are you doing there, Professor?
I was about to whip out my Flint voice and just act like we traded places.
Woo!
You just
Yeah.
make me laugh, and I can't do it now.
Well, that's what it looked like. If you watch the old X-Men, that's what he does. He like, and it's like a bzzz, like it's like that 90s effect. But
Cyclops, I need you.
I love Cyclops so much. But yeah, weeks. All right. Can you send another holiphant? Maybe. Ask a question. Where's the
How
Underdark?
do we get to the Underdark when we're in Sutaloon?
Throws the elephant.
What?
Nothing. I was waiting for you.
Oh. I did.
Tosses the elephant.
Bye.
Hopefully that'll come back quicker than a few weeks. I suppose after or before then we can rest. We're in town.
We've been on the road quite a good while. An actual bed sounds extremely pleasant.
So perhaps maybe we just take a day or two, recuperate, rest our minds, and gather ourselves before we possibly get something back from Flint or have to wait a few weeks till we see him. Sure, there's something we can do in the
Yes.
meantime.
Pick up some better winter gear.
If we have to go any farther north, or I'm sure it might be cold in the Underdark. I've never been that far under.
Once you get so far, it's a steady temperature.
Ah, right. Cool. So, guess we can find an inn,
Mm-hmm.
rest, wait for a response from...
Bless you.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry. Wait for a response from Flint.
Yes. Let's go get warm and some nice food. Since we won't be enjoying the niceties of governor's meals.
No.
At least
Thankfully-
here.
She's not going to kill us.
That is a plus.
We just have to act like she's going to.
That's a downside.
But a better downside than if she was trying to kill us. It is a better downside, I promise.
I know, but
We didn't
she
lose
probably
Brok
would
to
have
her?
waited until after dinner.
Yes, sorry about that. I mean, I knew you said that she had her ways. I wasn't expecting it to be so intoxicating.
She's also very pretty.
She's gorgeous.
She's a very beautiful woman. So
Yes, but she was also using magic on him.
yeah, but she
Well,
only uses enough to
even
enhance.
after-
It's true, but she got quite mad whenever I ended it.
Yes, she was upset because she's a petulant child sometimes, but it is what it is. But she is still very beautiful. That did not change. Even I know she's beautiful. As aggravating as she can be, she's still very pretty.
Yeah.
I do want to see her again before we leave,
All right.
or at least pass a note along.
Would you just like to, in a holiphant appears, send your own?
Or would you like it to be a little bit more personal than that?
Um,
I can dimension door us. As he makes a gesture. Not right
we
now.
can think on the method,
But-
but I think we should advise her to gather all the alchemists she can.
Yeah.
Once when we get this recipe from Flint, we will need them to mass produce this toxin.
Depending on how it needs to be distributed, yeah.
The more
Hopefully
hands
Flint
we
tell
can
us
have
how.
on it, the better.
I'm sure if anyone would know, it would be Flint, if he found the toxin to begin with. So that would also assume that, we haven't talked about it, but that would also assume that Tenzin wasn't lying,
No, he was just confused on what it actually was.
misinformed of some sort, which is very odd for Tenzin. Tenzin is never misinformed of anything. So I'm curious who gave him that misinformation and what kind of noble source gave it to him for him to believe it. Tenzin doesn't believe anybody just because.
No, I got that impression from him, that he
So-
was a man in the know.
So if somebody told him and gave him that misinformation, it had to have been somebody important enough for him not to question. Or somebody who felt important enough for him not to question.
Well, maybe Flint has figured that out.
Perhaps. Either way.
And we'll probably gonna have to find the first flower, or the source flower, that they're all connected to.
Maybe. They said to go to the Underdark. Maybe we take that toxin to the Underdark with us.
Yes.
Maybe it's best to wait a few weeks till we get it, depending on what his response is.
But what do we do for a few weeks?
I don't know. Maybe we look more into the coup, see if we can figure anything out about how to help the Viscount. Not that we leave, but at least see if we can
Have some private meetings?
something. Know more about the coup, figure some things out, and transfer it Holiphant-wise.
Possibly.
Well.
Something.
You know, nobody knows who he is.
No, not anymore. That's right.
We could dress him up and send him into the Astraholi.
We could.
Yes. It's a very good plan.
Because if this is a sympathetic territory, there would be many here probably in
True.
the know.
Or I could go again, but
We don't want too many people
well,
hearing about
could-
where you are.
We could tag team.
well,
Especially not after the showing
we might not. Well,
at the
that,
council.
but also, we might not want to if we want my reputation of possible Viscount to not be the idealist of somebody who is a coup sympathizer.
Exactly.
So perhaps sending Brok might be better.
Brok Infiltration 101.
But I say we get an inn for the night
Yes.
and just relax.
Hot bath. Roaring fire.
Soft beds, nice pillows, good breakfast.
I will say, though, you were wonderfully warm.
When I go, when I sleep, and I sleep Yes, I'm pretty sure I went into a hibernation state. It's the same kind of sleep that I hit when I made that din in the bed at Aurelius.
Yes. Oh, you were out.
It was very, very sleepy. So nice. Let's go find an inn so I can do that again.
Yes.
Yep. And we will find an inn for the night, and that is where we will call it. End of session 23. And the funny thing is,
Awesome.
that was all roleplay. I think we rolled maybe twice. I planned on building that up to that whole Isolde thing being a fight with like 12 guards, like a heavy combat. That's what I was expecting. But the way you approached that was that's the thing about D&D is I literally planned. That's the reason why I didn't plan the tier fight too, because I was like, you all are gonna have a big fight later, and I don't want you to have to do, two heavy combats, because you all would not have survived the tier fight. You just wouldn't have. You just wouldn't have. You wouldn't. But then I planned on this being a heavy combat, and then you all were like, let's diffuse the situation instead. And I was like, dang. Rip, throw, might as well just...
Yeah.
Let's diffuse the situation. I cast anti-magic. I know all your deepest, darkest secrets.
Yeah, it was that. The anti-magic was gonna send it overboard. But then you were like, listen, I know what happened, and I'm sorry. And she's like, well, dang. I was gonna kill you guys, but now I can't.
Crap, no, I'm on your side.
Yep. I was not expecting that. I was expecting her to tell you all what happened to her, but I was not expecting you to just know it.
But one time, my dice rolls in my favor for something important.
It was important. I was not
That
expecting it
was
to go that way.
so awesome.
Mark it down. Session 23. Finally, Patrick rolls a good roll.
Which is really funny, too, because this is why D&D is so cool. For anybody who doesn't know anything about D&D and doesn't know if they want to play, this is why D&D is so cool. Because Brok having the inner turmoil of thinking that the Maker is only, like, black and white, and then that happening is just wild to me, because I did not plan that. That's just how it happened.
Yeah. It was so good. Brok and I were crying.
It was good. It was good. So, yeah. That's session 23. Done.
23.
We are almost all the way finished.
Oh my gosh.
We are almost halfway there.
But now we are at
So
the
close
point
to the end.
in the show where we tell you about random things that we want you to know.
Tell us about those random things.
Those random things are awesome merch. As Jonas is showcasing on his person right now.
True.
You can find it at
The boys!
redbubble.com. All of the awesome designs that Courtney has made, available pretty much on any surface you could ever want, including stickers and curtains as the banner behind Courtney, which you can only see a small portion of. I promise it is.
It's a 60
much
by
larger,
80. It's huge.
Huge.
and it is grand.
I don't think that's even the largest. Is it? I think there's a larger one.
I think there was one.
There's like a
more-
120, I'm pretty
I think there
sure.
was one more bigger than it. And it was like, no.
That's huge.
That fits perfectly.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, you can get it on backpacks, shirts,
Pillows.
yeah,
This is our old
pillows,
design, but
shower
Yeah,
curtains.
we need to update that one. You can get it all. If you want anything of the Wayward Inquisition with something on it, it's there on Redbubble. But we're also on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok,
Mm-hmm.
Discord.
Yeah, that's the best place to find us
Yes.
for actual interactions. We have a Patreon, which these two lovely folks sitting across from me and to the side of me have been working on very, 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 very hard and diligently.
I need to upload more on that. We also do everything in-house. I do all of the social media. Everything that's uploaded is me. So I also have a full-time job and also edit and also take certification classes. So I do everything.
Yeah.
She's doing it all. But one of the things that she does is she turns this into just an audio-only form podcast, which goes on Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Amazon Podcasts. And then she also uploads the entire VOD into YouTube.
Yep.
And on top of all that, she makes shorts,
I do.
which also go on to TikTok and YouTube.
The shorts
And they're
are
funny.
so good.
You don't. There's some shorts that show our serious side, but
Correct.
most of them are the funny little banter that we have, which is absolutely wonderful. And surprisingly, seems like other people like too.
Yep.
So there you go. We did something right.
And they're just humorous.
Yep.
Even if you don't know anything about the campaign, they can just really be funny. My husband knows nothing about what's going on, really, and it's still funny to him.
The past couple Fridays when I go to a D&D that I do on those, one of the guys, pretty much as soon as he sees me, he's like, "I smell your leprosy, sir." Because he thought that was the funniest thing.
Yep, that one
And I
was
like-
so
I'm like,
funny.
"Oh, thank you. Thank you."
I say and spell
And
all the
spell.
time because I think that's so funny. I said I was casting
The
and
and
spell.
spell.
It's magic. That one killed me. I think that one's probably my favorite. That
is
one's
very
really
good.
funny.
But on the docket coming up Monday,
Mm-hmm.
a Beep Boop Bops
Beep boop bop
with
Monday.
these two wonderful people. Wednesday is the Star Wars campaign.
Which I'm so excited to come back to.
Return to Star
Yes.
Wars. It's been a hot
Yes.
minute for
Been
that
a
one as
hot
well.
Yes, but it's back on
And-
Wednesday at 7 o'clock sharp. Are we Eastern Standard?
Yes, we are.
Eastern Standard
Yes.
Time. Thursday, Jonas is going to be whipping up something fresh and new.
Yeah, we'll continue world building stuff. The making of folklore for your world was really fun, and because you got to have. It's weird to say, but in your fantasy world,
You have to have fantasy.
You need to have fantasy. So, like as I mentioned during that stream this past Thursday, I have a clam that the players can find that when they stick their head under the water, they hear it singing. And when I had introduced it to them before, they went on this whole thing about, "Well, we need to find others like it. You know, where does this thing come from?" And it was like, it was just a random clam that sang. That was all it was.
Yep. Yep. Sometimes you just gotta have stuff like that, or even folklore about your pantheon.
Yeah.
Yep. The stuff that people think they know about their pantheon may not always be the truth,
Yep.
Nope.
which is also the folklore.
And yeah, just world building is fun.
It
Because
is.
remember, for a DM, world building is what gives your players somewhere to play.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And when you make it believable,
It
They
brings
believe
them
it.
right back. Keeps them engaged.
Yep.
Keeps the story crisp. Just keeps for
Feels
many,
real.
many sessions.
you wouldn't believe anything from Lord of the Rings if you didn't believe that Middle Earth was real. If you didn't believe in the stakes of losing Middle Earth over the
Yeah.
ring, you wouldn't care. You just wouldn't care.
Nope, it'd just be a bunch of dudes running.
Yep.
They do
A bunch of
lot
dudes running and women never interacting with one another.
That's because you don't want Arwen and Eowyn to meet. That
No,
would-
'cause they would've
that
been
would
the only
not
two
that would not
meets.
look good for Eowyn. Eowyn would get smashed. She would get crushed beneath the
was-
boot.
There was a meme that I saw, and it was Eowyn, and she's like, Aragorn, it's be nice to die side by side with a loved one, and then Aragorn's like, how about dying side by side with just a friend?
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
Yep.
ah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I hate her. But anyway,
But yeah, that's what's coming up.
Yeah.
Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tune
and
in.
we will be gone from this main campaign for another 3 weeks, just because of the way it all falls.
Yes.
Patrick has something to do next weekend. Jonas is gone the next weekend until the next weekend.
Schedules.
Yep. Schedules, events.
No matter how well we plan ahead,
It
life
still always
finds a way.
Yep.
Because would you believe that we planned this out to be steady every 2 weeks for the entire year at the beginning of the
It
year?
made real sense too at the time.
It did.
It did.
And then you know what happened?
It just
Curveball.
Life.
Yup. They
Life
the,
happened.
The maker said,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
and we said, oh, okay.
But possibly
We might have something still planned for next Saturday. We just have
Yes.
to
we gotta work out.
TBD.
Yep.
Yes.
They're in the works.
Yep.
And as always, remember, freedom always crits.
And go to church.
Sure
Bye.
does.